We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for May 30th. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We're at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 30914, continued to June hearings. Case number 30836, dismissed. Case number 30714, continued. Case number 30921, continued to June hearings. Case number 30922, continued to June hearings. Case number 30923, continued to June hearings. Case number 30926, dismissed. Case number 30927, dismissed. Case number 30843, dismissed. Case number 30844, dismissed. Case number 30845, dismissed. Case number 30846, dismissed. Case number 30847, dismissed. Case number 30959, dismissed. Case number 30960, dismissed. Moving on to the supplement, case number 30747, dismissed. Case number 30854, continued to June hearings. Case number 30842, dismissed. Case number 30853, continued to June hearings. Case number 30784, continued to June hearings. Case number 30786, continued to June hearings. Case number 30787, continued to June hearings.
Before we proceed with the first case, may I ask a question?
Sure.
I received an email yesterday, and the request was to submit names of witnesses this morning. I'm just wondering if that witness list came through.
I have one.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The administrative docket starts on page 6 with case number 30928 and goes through case number 30960. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases in the administrative docket will be placed on the oil and gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters in the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We'll begin with moving to case number 30911. On a motion of the Commission to review the relief granted under numbers 28396, 30386, 31115, 31820, and 32616, authorizing Eagle Operating, Inc., temporarily authority to rework and use the Maze 1-20H well, Section 28, Township 150 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, as a combined production injection well for an enhanced oil recovery pilot operation in the Foreman Butte Madison Pool, and such other relief as is appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 30911, on behalf of Eagle Operating, Inc. We'll have one witness in this matter, Mr. Johnny Williams. Johnny, will you state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Johnny Williams.
Ready to be sworn, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Mr. Williams,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Johnny, by whom are you employed?
Eagle Operating Incorporated.
In what capacity?
I'm production superintendent.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No, I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Johnny, is briefly highlight for the examiner your work experience.
My work experience mainly specialize anything downhole in oil and gas recovery, all the way to facility builds and handling of oil and gas at surface.
Okay, and if I look at the cover of the packet of exhibits that I've distributed to the commission staff, it talks about Eagle Operating, Inc. and EERC. Can you briefly tell us how EERC was involved in the preparation of these exhibits?
Yes, we work hand in hand with the reservoir engineers and the EERC team, far as gathering data in the Foreman Butte field with the Mays water flood injection, and also working in tandem with our studies and all throughout this process, this ordeal.
So the preparation of these exhibits and the preparation of various information that you needed to prepare these exhibits were all done in collaboration between you and EERC, is that correct?
Correct.
And you've satisfied yourself, have you not, as to the accuracy of these exhibits?
Yes, I have.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Johnny, let's skip the first page in this packet, and let's move first to what's been marked as Exhibit 1. And what I'd like you to do with this exhibit and the other exhibits as we go through them is first identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay, so here in Exhibit 1 we have, it's just showing you the layout of the field here with the Mays being pretty much centralized of the other wells. You will see one section that is highlighted in blue, and that is just that is a state-owned school section of land. As you will see, the darker green, that is BLM, with the lighter being private.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 2, and there's a lot of information on this exhibit. If you could identify it and just probably just briefly summarize what's contained on it and the importance of the exhibit with respect to this case.
Okay. As far as this exhibit goes, just as you said there, just gives you some of the well depths and all that. The Killebrew sits at the deepest, with the TVD being at 9419, showing you the main depth, just so you guys can all realize that all of these wells are pretty much carrying a 1 mile lateral.
Okay, and then Exhibit 3, once again, identify and briefly discuss.
Okay. It's the injection history here.
Anything else on that? Do you want to describe a little bit what's about the production history? Yeah, that's CODA, though. I don't know why CODA's calling. Hello?
Lawrence?
Yes?
Yes, we accidentally had dropped a call here. Don't know what it went on.
Okay.
We're back and have excellent service now.
Okay.
Still carrying on with Exhibit 3.
Yeah, okay. Interesting, you're coming in as CODA resources, but, okay, let's go to Exhibit 3, and as I indicated, identify and then briefly discuss.
Okay, so on Exhibit 3 here, it shows that we have, it's just the Mays injection history. Since 2017 to 2024, we've injected right at 1.5 million barrels. Over the last 2 years, since Eagle has taken over, we have done some facility upgrades here and injected right at 800,000. With the continuous injection over the last 2 years is due to facility upgrades that we've made. The drop in the injection you'll see here in the plots over the last few months are due to some down wells that are getting some upcoming upgrades here.
Now, there was a change in operatorship, was there not, of these wells that are part of this pilot project? Can you tell me when Eagle took over operations of this pilot project?
Yes, we took over operations of this pilot project in, I believe, right at the ending of 2021.
Okay. And since then, as you've noticed on this particular exhibit, at least with respect to the last 2 years, Eagle has greatly increased the amount of water that's being injected into the pilot project. Is that correct?
Correct, that is.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 4. Same situation, identify and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay, it's just got the average injection history. since over the last year, we've been averaging 1,400 barrels a day, and we have maintained steady injection rates. As the plot map here shows, they're going into April. We were trending upwards. Over the last 15 to 20 days, we're actually injecting 2,000 barrels a day, and if granted that we carry on with this project, we plan on staying at that 2,000 barrels a day for the next year.
And that is that injection rate considerably more than any of the production you're taking out of this area that's part of the pilot project?
No, it's not. It's due to more wells coming online as we get the Foreman Butte gathering system, the pipeline put into place, so that we can get the rest of these wells up and going and make them more economical.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe you answered my question, but my question was, is there more injection of fluid than there is extraction of fluid?
No, it's not.
Okay. Let's go on then to the next exhibit, Exhibit 5. Can you tell me what Exhibit 5 is?
Yes, so the Exhibit 5 is just the oil-gas ratio. The history here shows over the last year, and you can see that it's a slight upswing, and we just expect it to keep trending upwards.
Okay, and Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6 here is showing the flood level history of the wells that we're continuing studying and shooting flood levels once a month on these wells. As you can see, the reaction to it, most of these wells are trending upwards. On the Killebrew, you see that it's a real drop there, and that's due to that just being a very economical well right now. Is we have went in and done some upgrades to that. It's carrying a 10% oil cut, and so we're keeping that well pumped down quite a bit.
Okay, and Exhibit 7?
So Exhibit 7 here, it kind of shows the same as the Exhibit 6 here. It just shows the bottom hole pressure. The same with the Killebrew, we're keeping pumped down on that one. So we're keeping a lower bottom hole pressure. With the other ones, as we're starting to see reaction to the water flood and we're gaining fluid level, that's adding more bottom hole pressure to our reservoir.
Okay, and Exhibit 8?
Exhibit 8 shows here, it shows you the monthly oil average. You'll see a dip in October from the Killebrew. That was due to parted rods. We have since went in, put a new rod string and a 2-inch insert pump in it, and carrying on there. Down at the bottom, you will see some upswings in some of the other wells here in certain months of the year, and that's due to them just free-flowing to surface.
Okay, Exhibit 9?
Exhibit 9 here shows the same. As we have the Killebrew, the only well we're able to get into the gas sales line currently. Once the water flood is proven and other ones are put on the line, we'll be able to get into the One Oak gas line. You'll see there was a dip down in November for the gas in the Killebrew sales line. That's just due to the overpressure of One Oak's line in that area by the IP of the new Bakken wells that have been drilled recently by Cord in that area.
And Exhibit 10?
Exhibit 10 here, we've got the pilot production here. You'll see it's a drop in production in the Killebrew due to the well being down once again. We'd replaced the rod string and the 2-inch pump. You'll see there was an upkick in the Williams, and that was due to a frac hit by Cord. The timing, the surface pressures give all the indications, but going off the water analysis testing is still not proven, but studies are still being done into the works by the EERC program.
All right, and then Exhibit 11?
So Exhibit 11 here, we're just kind of showing you guys where we're starting to see the flow path of the water movement coming from the water flood here. We can see that the majority of it's going, to the northeast and to the southwest, and that's depicted by the blue curve there you'll see on the chart.
And Exhibit 12?
Exhibit 12 here, you'll see it's the Banks well. It's been a short run of production. You'll see right there in 2023, and that's just due to it free-flowing to surface.
And Exhibit 13?
This is the Mantle. This well is really showing some of the best indications of the reaction to the water flood. It has not been put into service yet. We're getting some surface and downhole upgrades done to the well first, but as you can tell, it's been trending upward this entire time, and we're waiting to get that well put into production so we can pull the fluid off to see some of the recovery there that we get from the whole recovery once we pull some of the water head off of it.
And Exhibit 14.
This is the Killebrew. You'll see the Killebrew's kind of hanging in steady there with about a 90% water cut, 10% oil cut, and it's been pumping across very economic well at the moment.
Exhibit 15.
Exhibit 15 is the Robinson. It is also one of the other wells that are having some good reactions to the water flood, same as the Mantle. The Robinson right now, we're should have the Foreman Butte gathering system line put into place within the next month. We're currently waiting on that at the moment. And once we have that line to the injection well, this will be turned on and it will be turned into an economical well. Right now it says too far off the beaten path for trucking the water to make it economical.
Okay, and Exhibit 16.
Exhibit 16, same as the ones before, it's the Williams 1-19. This is the well that we believe was frac hit. You'll see some of the production there in 2024. That's where it was flowing to surface. This is another well that's going to be put onto the line system, getting pipeline into the maze to be able to be reworked and put back into production.
And then Exhibit 17.
Exhibit 17 is just showing here where we're trending with the water cut and the Williams and the Mantle, and it just shows the plot maps here of what's going on and what directions they're heading. You'll see the darker green, once again, is BLM land. The lighter green is private.
And Exhibit 18.
Exhibit 18 is just an overall assessment of the pilot injection program. If you'd like, I could read to you guys, or...
Yeah, I think you need to summarize this. I think this is important for the commission, so if
Okay.
you could spend just a few moments summarizing it, I think that'd be appropriate.
Okay. Yes. Once again, we've over the last couple of years, we've injected, just shy of 800,000 barrels. We're maintaining that 1,350 barrels a day since 2023. The continued injection here, since we've done all the facility upgrades, is just the main focus point on it. Now that we're able to stay on top of it, and we're not having the facilities go down and losing it and having to gain it back. You'll also see we're still on track and have established pressure build from the current injection rate, showing the fluid level increases. See some of the nearest wells and some of the influences in the increase in water cuts also indicating the potential of the flow path. With that, we also have more time with that. That's also kind of one of the things that we're looking for. If we could have more time to allow to fill this reservoir, and at that point, we'll be able to get more data to us. With these rates and the pressures indicating that the formation is beginning to fill from the upgrades of the tubing and injection facility, the well can maintain higher rates. Eagle operating, we now intend to continue focusing the capital on the TOA and the producing wells in the pilot injection project.
Okay, and as you discussed earlier, you're working with EERC, excuse me, with EERC in terms of getting their expertise on how this pilot project should be operated. Is that a fair statement?
Correct, it is.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 19.
Exhibit 19 here is just showing some of the upgrades that we have planned for the upcoming year to the wells that are down right now. Take one, for example, the Mantle 112. It's got a 912 unit on it right now. We're going to upgrade the pump to a 2 1/4 barrel pump, change the rod design and the pump. We're going to plan to also run a bottom hole pressure recorder on the BH8 to connect some of the saltwater gathering system. The EERC is wanting to get those bottom hole pressure recorders in some of these wells to just collect data for them to help us continue getting, to running this thing in the right direction.
Okay, so clearly, given your plans for this pilot program the next year or so, Eagle plans on spending money, and this isn't just a saltwater disposal operation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, correct, that is.
Let's go on to Exhibit 20, your conclusions and requests. Can you briefly discuss that for us?
Okay. Well, as far as the conclusion, with the consistent injection over the past year, we are seeing some great reaction here from the maze that we believe could turn into a very profitable water flood project here. And along with the ERC, we believe that, if we're granted one more year, we would be able to achieve the results and the studies to determine if this project is going to succeed or not. With the upcoming funding and the grants that we're allowed for returning the wells back into production, we hope to achieve the results as an economical water flood here. We've already sucked a lot of money into this, and we're planning on doing a lot more as well. We just want to make it economical.
And is it a fair statement that if the pilot program that you're conducting right now in the next year or so demonstrates that it is profitable to introduce and create a secondary recovery unit, is that something that Eagle, along with EERC's assistance, would move forward with?
Correct, that is.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer Exhibits 1 through 20.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
John, this is David Tabor. Just a couple understanding questions, I guess. On your Exhibit 19, your plans for pilot workover upgrades, I believe you indicated that this work is intended to be done in 2024. Is that right?
Correct.
Will the work be finished in 2024, or is this something that's going to, due to workover rigs and equipment, take longer than 1 year to be done?
We don't believe that it would take 1 year. We do believe that it may run into 2025, but I believe from this date moving forward, we should be done in 1 year. Some of the upgrades that we are doing right now are already put into place as far as upgrading some of the electrical facilities there, so we're able to place in some ESP pumps and stuff like that. We already got that into the works, but I do expect this work to take at least 9 to 10 months.
Okay. And then on Exhibit 20, and it's stated in different parts of your exhibits, but mainly on Exhibit 20 it states, along with EERC, Eagle believes with the grant of 1 year for the project. Has EERC provided email or some kind of communication that they do support the continuance of this project?
I don't guess we have an email right there with it, but like these exhibits were put together hand in hand with Eagle and the EERC. But no, I do not have an email or anything like that.
Okay. I'll probably have a few more, but for now I got to find my other pages, so thank you.
Okay.
Johnny, on Exhibit 11, you show that their potential water migration pathway is to the southwest. What are you basing that on?
We're basing that on the Williams and the Jackson flood levels. Before the Williams, we suspected gotten frac hit. You can see that the uptrending flood levels on it, and then going back to the northeast, we have the Robinson and the Mantle that we've been seeing most of the reaction from.
Are you requesting an extension of 1 more year?
Yes, I am.
Let me clarify that, Mr. Bohr. Yeah, 1 more year if we can get an order relatively quickly. But, obviously if the order doesn't come out for 3-4 months, we would like it to be 1 year from that point in time. Because I don't think we want to go forward with a lot of the items that we have listed on Exhibit 19 if we're not going to get the additional year. If that makes sense.
Yes. So at what point will Eagle make a determination that this is successful or unsuccessful and either unitize the area or discontinue the pilot?
This would be the last year.
Okay,
After this year, if we determine that this is unsuccessful or we can't make it economical, this will be the last one.
okay, thank you.
Did you say you have? No. Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30911.
Thank you, Johnny.
Case number 30912, on a motion of the commission to review the relief granted under number 30584, authorizing XDO Energy, Inc., temporary authority to use wells located in the spacing unit comprised of sections 27 and 34, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, as injection wells for an enhanced oil recovery pilot operation in the Bear Creek Bakken Pool and such other relief as is appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hearing Officer, I was walking away. Which case have you gone to?
30912.
Okay. The commission should be in receipt of a letter. I don't have the date in front of me. Maybe I do. Yes, the letter's dated April 12th, 2024. In that letter, we advise that as a result of a conversation with Ms. Ashley Thiel, we're requesting that this matter be dismissed without prejudice.
So Lawrence, I think rather than dismiss, it would probably ultimately result in the termination of the previous order that authorized the pilot.
Yeah, that's probably a better way of putting it, Mark, that we're asking for a termination of the order. I apologize for misquoting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30912. Case number 30913, on a motion of the commission to consider the proper spacing for the development of the St. Anthony Red River Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, redefine the limits of the field, and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter on behalf of EMEP Operating LLC. I direct the examiner to a letter that's dated May 10th, 2024. In that letter, we cite a paragraph in the temporary spacing order, the proper spacing order that says proper spacing for this pool will be considered in May of 2024. However, since March of 2020, there's only been one well in this field, and it's produced 152 barrels in approximately 4 years. So we're requesting that after this well is plugged and abandoned, that the spacing basically be dissolved.
Lawrence, do you know if they plan on plugging the well at any time?
That's my understanding. Perhaps a letter in that regard to the commission. If we could leave the record open for that, I could provide a letter indicating exactly when that's going to take place.
Okay, thank you.
And how long do you think you need, Lawrence?
Why don't you give me 10 days, if you don't mind? I apologize. I should know what 10 days from today is, but
June 9th?
that works.
Okay, the record will remain open in this case until June 9th for receipt of that letter. And that concludes our hearing for case number 30913. Case number 30914, application of Enerplus Resources USA Corp. For an order for the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 211 and 14, Township 144 North, Range 95 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 144 North, Range 95 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to June hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 30914.
Lawrence Bender.
Case number 30837, application of Enterplus Resources USA Corp. For an order for the Lone Butte, Bakken, Poole, Mackenzie, and Dunn Counties, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish two 1280-acre spacing units comprised of sections
So if you could just,
Section
kinda
13 Township
remain quiet.
147 North, Range 98 West, and Section 18 Township 147 North,
Okay, did you
Range
hear me?
97 West, and Section 24 Township 147 North, Range 98 West, and Section 19 Township 147 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 10 wells on each proposed 1280-acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish 3 overlapping 2560-acre spacing units comprised of Sections 12 and 13 Township 147 North, Range 98 West, and Sections 7 and 18 Township 147 North, Range 97 West, Sections 13 and 24 Township 147 North, Range 98 West, and Sections 18 and 19 Township 147 North, Range 97 West, and Sections 24 and 25 Township 147 North, Range 98 West, and Sections 19 and 30 Township 147 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 30837, on behalf of Enterplus Resources USA Corp. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. I'll have each witness state their name immediately before you offer the oath, or administer the oath, I should say. And our first witness will be Mr. Blake Brown.
Okay. Mr. Brown,
Hello.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Blake, by whom are you employed?
Interplus Resources USA Corporation.
In what capacity?
I'm a senior regional landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
They were.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that I'm an expert.
Motion granted.
Blake, let's turn to the packet of exhibits, and I've distributed a copy to each one of the commission staff. Let's skip the cover page and the second page, which looks like is a continuation of the table of contents. And then let's go to Exhibit L1A. Could you identify Exhibit L1A, and briefly what's described? I'm having trouble talking. Can you identify the exhibit and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Of course, yes. This is our area reference map for the first proposed 1,280-acre spacing unit in the Lone Butte field.
Okay, and then let's go to L2A.
L2A is our operation overview map showing the planned wells, which will be drilled from east to west. As you can see, this 1,280-acre spacing unit consists of Section 18, 14797, and Section 13, 14798.
Okay, and just to be clear, I think you've referenced this already, but this exhibit is on on landscape, not portrait. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right,
Yes.
let's go to the next exhibit, and that is Exhibit L3A. As you've done with the previous exhibits, please identify and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Yes, this is our ownership map showing the breakdown of interest. In this particular unit, Interplus' working interest is 68.29%.
Okay, and then let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit L1B.
L1B is another area reference map showing the second proposed 1,280-acre spacing unit in the Lone Butte field.
And the next exhibit, L2B.
This is the operational overview map for that particular unit, consisting of Section 19, 14797, and Section 24, 14798. This, similar to the other unit, will be drilled from east to west in a laydown fashion.
And let's go to L3B.
L3B is a breakdown of the interests in this unit. So we have Interplus listed here at 33.09, and we also listed Lime Rock Resources. Lime Rock has supported us in this case, so we added their interest.
Okay, well, let's go to Exhibit L1C.
Exhibit L1C is the area reference map for the first proposed overlapping spacing unit, 2,560 acre overlapping spacing unit in the Lone Butte Field.
And the next exhibit, L2C.
Yeah, this is the operational overview map showing the unit, which consists of Section 7 and 18, 147.97, and Sections 12 and 13, 147.98. The lease line well here is the furthest north dash line, the Sand Creek 147.97, 18-13-9HLL.
And then L3C.
L3C is the ownership map showing Interplus's working interest, which is 33.84 in this particular overlapping spacing unit.
Okay, let's go to the next group, Exhibit L1D.
L1B is another area reference map showing the second overlapping spacing unit, 2,560 acre overlapping spacing unit in Lone Butte Field.
Okay, and Exhibit L2D.
L2D is the operational overview map. So this particular overlapping spacing unit consists of sections 18 and 19, 147.97, and sections 13 and 24, 147.98. The lease line well for this particular unit is the Sand Creek 147.97, 18-13-1HLL. It's depicted there in the center, for lack of better terms.
Okay, and then Exhibit L3D.
L3D is the ownership map. So in this particular unit, Interplus has 45.44%, and then Lime Rock, who's supporting us in this case, has 6.27.
Okay, and then Exhibit L1E.
L1E is the final area reference map showing the third proposed 2,560 acre overlapping spacing unit.
And Exhibit L2E.
L2E is the operational overview map. So this unit consists of sections 19 and 30, 147.97, and then sections 24 and 25, 147.98.
Okay, and then Exhibit L3E.
L3E is the ownership map. Interplus has 16.54% working interest, and then Lime Rock has 6.27.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Oh, I guess I do have one other question, Mr. Examiner. Blake, in those situations where Interplus has less than a majority interest, will Interplus communicate with other owners or have conversations with other owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes.
Okay, apologize for that.
Okay.
Blake, I guess being as you were depicting the well bores on your various 2A exhibits, the application was for 10 wells on each of the 1280s. Looks like you're depicting 7 sticks in each of the 1280s. Are you only intending to drill 7 wells at this time?
Yeah, so we did that for optionality. We are planning to drill 7 at this time, but we wanted to have the optionality up space if necessary.
Okay, and then I guess, do you know what the, since you're crossing a correction section line as you go from east to west here, do you know what the offset between that correction section is?
I do not. Our other expert witnesses may have a better idea of that.
Okay. If they don't, I'm going to request
supplemental or something that shows us what the offset on that, correction is, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Blake, to clarify the question Rich asked and that you answered, if you're showing us 7 wells on your diagrams, that's what the order is going to approve. If you want to drill more than that, you need to show us where those wells are at.
Okay, understood.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Boer, I assume you'd want a supplemental exhibit to show that as well? Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Mr. Kiernan,
Good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jeff, by whom are you employed?
Hi. USA Corp.
And in what capacity?
Staff Jones.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Jeff, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, which has been marked as Exhibit G1. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a structure contour map on the upper surface of the Upper Bakken Shale, showing quite prominently the northern extent of the Little Knife Anticline as it plunges off to the north there. That's the sort of bowed-over nature of the contouring and south half of the map. Unfortunately, I only showed one of the 3 overlapping spacing units here. I apologize for that. I should have had a couple other blue boxes showing the northern and southern overlapping DSUs. And as Blake has explained, the 7 internal wells, and I've got one of the leaf line wells. I neglected to show the far north, far south leaf line well, so I apologize for that as well. And for information purposes, I know it's not on the exhibit, but hang on a second. I can give you the offset that's on that section line. It is about 300 feet. The south and north, if you cross that line going east to west. So we can certainly prepare a supplemental exhibit on that, but that is the number as I can measure on a map right now.
Okay, you want to go to the next exhibit, G2?
Exhibit G2 is an offset reference log. If you look back on G1, the small orange star in the middle of 14797 is the Lone Butte A1 well. Useful offset well for this area. It's one of the only good vertical logs we have through the Bakken in the area. And highlighted are the target zones within the Bakken, essentially the middle Bakken C and D subzones, and also the sort of middle portion of the first bench of the Three Forks. Should we elect to drill Three Forks wells, that's where we put them.
No further questions of the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Jeff, you're depicting 2 targets on your type log, both the Middle Bakken and the Upper Three Forks. Are you planning to alternate those targets?
At present, and I believe this probably goes hand in glove with the 7 and 10 wells depicted in the description of the units and the maps. We're planning to only drill Upper Bakken targets at the moment. We believe that as we go west in this part of the basin, we are getting into higher water cuts in the Three Forks. So at the moment, we're looking at only putting wells in the Middle Bakken, which is partly why we've got from the 10 wells, we'd like having the spacing to the 7 wells we actually currently plan on drilling. Should any evidence come to light that we can start to wine rack or put a few wells in the Three Forks, we might put a few wells in the Three Forks. But at the moment, we're of the opinion that perhaps the Upper Bakken is the better way to go.
Okay, well, as Mark indicated, with the exhibits in front of us right now, we would likely only be approving the 7, which would end up being your 7 Middle Bakken targets based on what you just said. So if you do want that flexibility for the up to 10 wells, we would need a supplemental depicting on where you might put those Three Forks target wells.
And I might respond to that, Mr. Suggs. While the request for that, an exhibit like that was, I believe, made to the land witness, I think it's probably more appropriate that the engineering witness prepare well construction drawings and submit that as a late filed exhibit.
And that's absolutely fine, as long as we get the exhibit in the case file, who prepares it.
Yeah. Okay.
Being as, Jeff, you indicated that offset was about 300 feet, I'm going to ask you the question. The section line wells that you plan to drill on the 2560s, the typical corridor would be 150 feet on either side of the section line with the offset involved. You're going to be drilling across that offset. Are you going to be able to drill your well from east to west and stay within 150 feet of the corridor in each of the sections?
That would not be a problem to simply adjust the well path along the lateral and do some sort of north to south steering to make sure we stay within the defined corridor.
Okay. My
That
apologies.
should be quite.
I also said 150. I meant 250 on either side. So same question.
Yeah.
Are you able to stay inside? But
Yes, we would be able to stay inside that corridor. I think even at the point of inflection, at the correction, it should be quite easy to make that turn and get a little bit of an ascent in there to stay within the corridor.
okay. Thank you.
You had me nervous. I thought you'd policy change there that I wasn't aware of.
Jeff, the 300-foot offset you referenced, is that based on an observation you made, or is that based on actual professional survey?
That is me measuring the line on a computer map system.
So
It could change, but I don't think it would change significantly.
has Enerplus done any preliminary plat work to have these sections, have you prepared your horizontal section plats?
Not at this time. I don't believe we have.
Okay,
But my indication from looking at the computer screen right now is 298 feet is the offset. And again, that could change slightly, but I don't think it would change more than 10 feet or so on survey, based on my observations of what I've seen happen in this part of the world. Although, yes, I believe we probably would do the plat work to make sure that we have good control.
yeah, the plat work would be required as part of the permit, but that may be a little preliminary at this point. We'll see if we can determine what that offset is specifically, and if we can't, we may reach out to you to have us, help us out with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Sachin,
Yep.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Alex, by whom are you employed?
Resources USA Corp.
In what capacity?
Reservoir Engineering.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yeah.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yeah.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Alex, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, E1. Can you tell us what that is?
This is our generic well-bore schematic. You can see the three screening, kind of where we land on, how many stages we try to accomplish, and that will be our basic design for all these wells.
Okay, and RE1?
RE1 takes the reservoir parameters from the rock just as just shown, and we end up with about 26 million barrels in place for 2560. We are expecting around 500,000 barrels per well recovered, which gets a few percent recovery factor per well.
And RE2?
RE2, we're expecting around 900 barrels of oil per day, with the oil price of 70 and the gas price of 3, and a capex of 8 million, with a standard 20% royalty. We're expecting an internal rate of return of 58%, an MPV of $6 million, UPI 1.9, and a payout of 1.4 on these wells.
And then GC1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Yes.
In your opinion, Alex, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. We'd offer each one of the exhibits and also request that the record remain open until June 7 to submit the supplemental information that the commission staff has requested.
The record will remain open till, say, June 9th?
I said 7, but...
You did say 7.
Did,
you want
was the
10
other
days?
one the 9th?
The 9th was before.
Yeah, let's just use the same date.
Okay, we'll go with-
Appreciate you reminding.
That's right. We'll go with, record will remain open until June 9th. The exhibits will be admitted. Any questions from the staff?
I think June 9th is a Sunday,
Yeah, that's a problem then.
so we'll say June 10th.
That's fine.
Okay.
Alex, I guess I'll add one more item to the supplemental list. If the intent is to potentially target the Three Forks wells, can you provide a supplemental exhibit similar to E1 for the Three Forks, where with the reservoir parameters and estimated recovery?
Sure.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30837. Case number 30840, application of Murphin Drilling Company, Inc. for an order for the Wilman Bakken Pool and/or Snow Bakken Pool, Billings County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13 and 24, Township 142 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 6 wells on said proposed overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit, such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in case 30840 on behalf of Murphin Drilling Company, Inc. Still waiting for our witness to call in. No, that'd be a good idea.
Are they on the phone?
Not yet. He should be calling in here shortly. Greg, are you there?
I am.
Okay.
Morning.
Yes, just a moment.
Mr. Sherman,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Greg, state your full name for the record, please.
Greg Sherman. Last name is spelled Scherman.
And Greg, by whom are you employed?
In this matter, I am employed by Murphin Drilling Company, Inc.
And what's your position with Murphin with respect to this matter?
I would be a land consultant.
Okay. And as a land consultant, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Greg, let's turn to the packet of exhibits which I've distributed to the commission staff, and let's skip the cover page and the table of contents and go right to exhibit number 1. Can you identify exhibit number 1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Which case are we referring to?
We are referring to case 30840.
Okay.
All right, exhibit number 1, the general locator map. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes?
Okay. This shows the outline of our unit, covering sections 13 and 24, Township 142 North, Range 98 West, for a 1,280-acre spacing unit, as to the Snow and Wilman Fields Bakken Pool.
Okay, and then let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 2. Can you tell me what Exhibit 2 is?
Exhibit 2 is our land plat showing our ownership within the unit. Murphin Drilling owns 100% of the leases within the unit.
No further questions for the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Morgan,
Yes,
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Clark, state your full name for the record, please.
Clark Morgan,
And Clark, by whom are you employed?
Murphin Drilling, Inc.,
In what capacity?
an engineer.
Okay, and your qualifications have been accepted as that of an expert in the area of engineering, is that correct?
Yes,
But with respect to today's hearing, you're going to offer some factual testimony with respect to some geology, is that correct?
correct.
Offer the further testimony of this witness with respect to engineering matters as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Clark, let's go to the next page in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit 3. Can you tell us what Exhibit 3 is from a factual perspective, and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Exhibit 3 is a Bakken structure top map showing the TVD with confidence intervals of 100 feet. In addition to that, the triangle on the map indicates a type log, the Kuntz 11-23, file 7384, and in the red box, that's our proposed 1,280-acre spacing unit.
Okay, let's continue on to Exhibit 4A. Once again, factually, can you tell me what's contained on 4A? And then I'll just have you discuss 4B as well without an interruption from me.
4A is a resistivity log from the type well, indicating the top of the lodge pole down through the bird bear. And 4B is a porosity log with neutron and density, with also the formations called out on there too.
And what's the target formation for the request that you're making here today?
The Bakken pool,
And would be the Middle Bakken.
yes.
All right, let's go on to Exhibit 5. And as you've done with the previous exhibits, tell us what Exhibit 5 is and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 5 is a directional well plot for sections 13 and 24 for a proposed spacing unit. You'll see 2 pads located on the south side with 3 wells apiece, going from the heels north to south. And that's probably about all I'd add.
Okay. And when you say heels going north to south, you mean heels are on the south
Heels
end?
on the south end.
Toes on the
Correct.
north end, okay. All right, let's go to Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is a well schematic for our proposed wells in the spacing unit. You'll see, starting on the left side, we have conductor, surface casing, intermediate casing. Intermediate casing is landed approximately 90 degrees in the curve, and then setting a 4.5-inch liner in the lateral that's cemented. The casing diameters are listed in the table. You'll see pretty standard 9 5/8 surface casing, followed by, like I mentioned, the 7-inch casing and the 4.5. Be about all I'd add there.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 7.
Exhibit 7 is a reserve basis for the wells in the spacing unit. You'll see that we've got the IPs at about 16,000 barrels of oil per month, declining at 76% and a B factor of 1.1 to a final economic rate of 10 barrels of oil per month. 1,041 GOR gives us 300 MBO, 1,200 MMCF gas, and an ultimate recovery of 500 MBOE. So at $70 a barrel and $2.50 per MCF, with an $8.2 million well cost and the expenses below, you get a 4.69 year to payout and a 21% rate of return and a $2.48 million NPV per well that's drilled into the spacing unit.
Now, I noticed you didn't include reservoir parameters. Is that something you can prepare and submit to the commission as a supplemental exhibit?
Yes,
Okay. And also, there is no gas capture affidavit. Is that also something you can have prepared and submitted to the commission as a supplemental exhibit?
yes.
And in your opinion, if the requested relief is granted, will it prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits and also request that the record remain open until June 10th for the submission of those additional exhibits.
The record will remain open till June 10th, and the exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Clark, on your Exhibit 5, what's your plans for drilling as far as sequence? Are they gonna be, both pads have a rig on it? You're gonna have one rig and drill from east to west? I mean, what's your sequence of drilling?
The sequence of drilling would be planned to drill the west pad first. We would, I think, expect to drill our first well as an HBP well, and then go back in for the full density development after that.
One rig then, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the rig contracted already?
We don't. We've been in discussions. We would like to do it, ideally, firming up the capital raise as we speak. But it would be ideal to be late summer start.
So spud date then is planned for late summer, you said?
Yes.
And I know Mr. Bender indicated gas capture affidavit will be submitted, but there is gas takeaway in the area?
Correct. One Oak, we've been in discussions with One Oak. It's been disclosed to us that there's plus or minus 12 million a day going to the treetop compression gas plant of additional capacity.
Thank you.
On Exhibit 5, you have 2 well pads. Can you walk us through the thought process behind having 2 pads versus 1?
So 2 pads provides us with less tangents. Long term, if you put a pad in the middle, you would have, a 2,500 foot walk, and the tangent would be kind of above 25%, or 25 degrees inclination. And we feel the long-term operating cost with those big tangents, and especially this area, it's not as economic as parts of the core of the basin. It'll limit the economics. So we think that having 2 pads will actually improve the longevity of this field down here.
Thank you.
Clark, there's a well drilled, horizontal well that was drilled in 24 and 25 that has been plugged. I assume, looking ahead with the 2 cases, you would want that spacing unit terminated.
Yes, and that horizontal well, from my understanding, is now an injection well. It produced in the Bakken, some years ago. I don't remember the years, but that would be my thought too.
Did you look at that well, and what did you learn from that well, if anything?
Well, I think that was the very first generation technology. I think it was 2005 or 6, and basically, we're trying to open this area up with modern completion technology and artificial lift, and so really, there's probably not a whole lot that's to say going forward to learn from the wells. But the main thing is that you do have the reservoir there. You know, it's understood from that standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30840. Case number 30915, application of Murphin Drilling Company, Inc. for an order for the Snowboggin Pool, Billings County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 25 and 36, Township 142 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter. 30915 on behalf of Murphy Drilling Company, Inc. Plan on calling the same two witnesses in this case as we did in the previous case.
And just a reminder, they're still under oath.
Okay. Greg, let's once again skip the cover page, table of contents, and go to exhibit number 1 in case 30915. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, this is our general locator map covering sections 25 and 36, Township 142 North, Range 98 West, our 1,280-acre spacing unit in the Snow and Wilman Fields Bakken Pool.
Exhibit 2.
This is our land plat for the two mentioned sections, showing the working interest of Murphin Drilling, Pro Energy, and others within the unit.
Okay, and in this case, Murphin has less than a 50% interest or a majority interest. Will Murphin have discussions with the other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
In this case, Pro Energy is and Morgan are partners with Murphin, and so the total there is 54%. We're certainly going to be in discussions with the others in terms of acquiring those interests as well.
But with respect to Pro Energy and Morgan E&P, those two entities have agreed that Murphin should be the operator. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Clark, let's go to the pack of exhibits, and once again, with respect to Exhibit 3, 4A, and 4B, can you offer some factual testimony with respect to those exhibits?
Yes. Exhibit 3 is a Bakken top structure map showing the TVD with contour intervals of 100 feet. The Kuntz 11-23 is called out in the triangle for the type log, and the red box indicates the 1280 spacing unit we are interested in. Exhibit 4A is a resistivity log with the formations called out from the lodgepole through the bird bear. And Exhibit 4B is a porosity log showing the neutron and density and gamma ray with the formations called out from the lodgepole to the bird bear 2.
And is the Middle Bakken, again, the target
Yes.
formation? Okay. Let's go on then to Exhibit 5. Tell us what Exhibit 5 is.
Exhibit 5 is the proposed directional well plots. You'll see 4 wells on this one in 2 pads, and the casing points are in blue, bottom holes are in green, going from north to south.
Okay, Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is the well schematic for the proposed spacing unit. Once again, the conductor, surface, intermediate, and lateral casing liner are represented. The diameters will be 9 5/8 surface casing, followed by 7-inch and 4.5-inch liners, and we'll cement the laterals on these two.
And Exhibit 7.
Exhibit 7 is our reserve basis. IPs at 16,000 barrels of oil per month with a 76% decline, 1.1 B factor, and the final rate of 10 barrels of oil per month cutoff with a 1,041 GOR gives us 300 MBO and 1,200 MMCF, and equating to 500 MBOE at an oil price of $70 a barrel and $2.50 per MCF, gives 4.69 years to pay out and $2.48 million of NPV10.
And once again, as in the previous case, would you be able to supply the commission with reservoir parameters and a gas capture affidavit before or on June 10th of this year? And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect railroad rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted and the record will remain open till June 10th. Any questions from the staff?
Gargle asked the same question I did on the last case. What is your anticipated spud date as well as your proposed drilling?
It'll be ideally the same. We represented on the exhibits the pad layout for the two pads in this spacing unit, but we would try to prevent surface waste by doing a 2-well pad for north and south. That said, we haven't settled the damages or worked with the landowner on it, but that would be kind of our intention. But for the record, these pad locations would be kind of, I guess I'd call it worst case scenario from a surface disturbance standpoint. But we would be planning to drill the wells this summer, or an HBP well this summer, followed by density development in the future.
One rig again?
Yes.
And drilling east to west or west to east first?
Be the west pad first.
Thank you.
How long would you evaluate before going in for the infill?
That's a good question. I think when you look at density development, you really need to understand the kind of the long-term, like maybe 24 months, definitely greater than 12 months of production, I would say, before you can get capital providers really interested in doing density. So I think definitely more than 12, but maybe up to 24 months before you could really convince a capital provider that here's the type curve and they're really comfortable. These developments are kind of step outs for the basin. So we're applying new technology and we really need to see where that goes.
And what was behind the decision to go with 4 wells for the spacing unit?
Well, that's kind of like a density pilot. We ran the same economics, but I think in reality, the spacing units that we have interest in the area, we would want to know, is a 6-well development better or worse than a 4-well development from an overall recovery per DSU and per well. So for us, it's really a density pilot difference directly, or touching spacing units about as close as you can get on evaluating that.
Okay, thank you.
On Exhibit 5, I think the case number is 30249. I think it should be maybe a different one. Different case number on that one.
That's an oversight on my part. We can update that.
I think just correcting on the record is sufficient. You don't need to submit another exhibit unless you insist.
No, the correcting on the record is fine. So Clark, You're gonna drill one well first. I assume you're familiar with the Commission's 1220 policy?
Yes.
And to make sure I understand your previous testimony, your intent is to combine the pads from case 30840 and 31915, so you only have 2 pads for full development?
Correct. That would be the intent. We don't have the agreements in place with the landowner, but we would definitely try to minimize the surface disturbance as much as we can.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30915. This time we'll take a 10-minute break.
So you want to just, after you get that stuff put together,
Okay, we are back on the record, and we'll resume with case number 30916, application of EOG Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Stanley Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5 and 8 in the east half of sections 6 and 7, Township 155 North, Range 90 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing case 30916 on behalf of EOG Resources, Inc. Both witnesses will be appearing by telephone.
Ms. Morgan,
Good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Anna, state your full name for the record.
Anna Marie Morgan,
And Anna, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources,
In what capacity?
Land Advisor.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Anna, let's go to the packet of exhibits for this case. Let's start with Exhibit L1, which also serves as the cover page for case 30916. Tell me what L1 is.
This is a regional location map which depicts where the boundary is for the Stanley Bakken Pool in Montreal County.
And L2?
L2 reflects the requested 1,920-acre spacing unit within the Stanley Bakken Pool boundary.
Okay, and L3?
L3 is an ownership map which reflects that EOG owns 58.75% working interest within the requested 1920.
Okay, and L4?
L4 shows the underlying existing spacing units. There are 640-acre units and 1,280-acre units underlying our requested 1920.
Okay, and it also shows that 58.75%. What is that for the underlying spacing units as well?
No, that's just within our requested 1920.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
And I was in the process of trying to look it up, but are the west half of sections 6 and 7 a stand-up 640?
That was, I believe, spaced as a 1920 with sections 1 and 12 by Stevens Production. I'd have to confirm that, though, but we do have a letter of support from Stevens because they did space the west half of 6 and 7. I can't remember if it was a stand-up 640 or a 1920.
Okay, I'll investigate that and confirm that.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
John, state your full name for the record.
John Michael Schmidt,
And by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources as a senior geological engineer.
And in that capacity, have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, John, let's go to Exhibit G1. Tell me what that is.
All right, G1 is a structure map for on top of the Middle Bakken, showing the Middle Bakken present at approximately 7,000 feet subsea, dipping to the southwest, with our unit we're requesting in green, and the Burke 3-16 pilot hole highlighted in red.
Okay,
And then G2 shows the type log for that Burke 3-16 pilot hole, showing that the Upper Bakken Shale, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken, and Three Forks are all present in the area of our proposed spacing unit.
okay, let's go to E1.
E1 shows the number of wells that we're planning on putting in the unit, which is two Bakken wells, no Three Forks wells, for a total of 2. E2 then shows the proposed path of those Bakken wells in and amongst the existing 640 Bakken wells, and one well that was drilled on a 1280 basis in 4 and 5. And our pad will be up in section 5. And there are federal, that red dash, or the red shaded area is our federal minerals, so there are federal minerals in this unit.
Right, E3.
It's just the cross-section showing that our average interwell distance is going to be between 1,200 and 3,000 feet, 3,000 being on that far on the west proposed well. So we're just proposing doing 2 Bakken, no Three Forks.
E4.
E4 then just shows the greater area of the Burke Township, showing that this development fits into our infill development. The wells to the south, the longer wells to the south, the Blueberry wells, were recently drilled and are being completed at this time. So our development is progressing to the north and east in this Burke Township.
Okay, E5.
Just the wellbore diagram showing we're doing a cemented liner plug-and-perf method for an 11,000-foot lateral between 54 and 60 stages.
E6.
Reservoir data, calculating oil in place for the 1920 is 48 million barrels.
E7.
E7, the economics, showing the economics for an 11,000-foot lateral. Oil produced would be 880,000 barrels. Net investment in the 11,000-foot well would be $10.8 million. Return on investment of 1.72, and end up with an undiscounted cash flow of about $7 million.
And then Exhibit GC1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Correct. Our gas will go to our pecan gathering system and to the Oxable processing plant.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
John, this is David Tabor. Exhibit E2, and I'll apologize if I'm missing this, but I believe you indicated there was federal minerals within that proposed spacing unit, and I thought you said it was highlighted red, but I'm not seeing that. Can you describe to me about where those are at?
In section 6, there's it must not be coming through in the print, but it basically the north half of the south half of section 6, and then a couple of quarter sections have federal minerals. So I apologize. It was just I was trying to on our copy there it is shaded red, and I just wanted to make sure you knew what that was.
Would you be able to supply a exhibit through Lawrence to the commission so that we can make sure that we understand where they're at clearly?
Certainly.
Okay. And then I know EOG has drilled laterals that have significant, curves and so on, as indicated in this. Any foreseen issues with drilling these 2 wells due to the builds and stuff?
No,
they'll have, the west well will have a minor nudge to get out into that section, section 6, but we will keep that nudge at less than 13 degrees so we can eventually have these on rod pump. But no, there shouldn't, no wellbore crossings in this case, and we don't foresee any drilling problems. These will actually be simple compared to the things that we did just to the south in that Blueberry DSU. So we're operationally we are fingers crossed, knock on wood. It should be pretty standard.
And you may have indicated this, and I missed it, but when's your proposed spud date?
We don't have a proposed spud date for these. It's probably going to be sometime into 2025, 2026, based on some of our other drilling obligations in Montreal and Williams County.
Okay, thank you.
John, also looking at your E2, I guess, looking at between that Burke, the existing 640 Burke 505 and the Burke 2408, no plans at this time to put a well in between those?
We discussed it. That would be a possible infill potential well in the future. Right now, we're set on 2 wells. There could be a possibility for infill in the future.
With your westernmost well proposal, would you drill that between, roughly between the Burke 4 and the Burke 5?
At this point, yes, that it's going to be approximately halfway and then transition down and be halfway between the well in Section 7 and Section 8, the 24 and the, I can't see because my diagram is overwriting it, but the well in Section 7 and Section 8 kind of equidistant in between those. And that would leave us potential for infill on either side in the future.
Yeah, so that does leave you enough room on either side of it to potentially put that next wellbore in if you wanted to finish filling in that diagonal.
Correct.
Okay. And again, on the westernmost well, the very northern portion of the stick you have drawn there, do you intend to complete the well along the north edge, or is it just going to be drilled
No,
over there?
that's just the back. That's just the back build. We'll be heading south and across the 200-foot setback from the north line, where our intermediate casing lands.
Okay, and then with the easternmost well, the southern leg of that, you'll be at least 500 feet or more off the section line?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
John, right now, I believe, well, let me go back to the previous line of questioning I had with Anna, that the west half of 6 and 7 are a stand-up 640.
Okay.
But 5 and 8 are currently a stand-up 1280 with 3 wells allowed. Do you want that terminated at this point?
Yeah, Anna, sorry, I'll let Anna.
Yes, that underlying 1280 covering sections 5 and 8 can be terminated upon approval of this application.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence, did you offer the exhibits?
Say that again?
Did you offer the exhibits?
I believe I did, but if I did
Okay,
not
then, okay, they're,
offer the...
they're admitted. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Sometimes I drift off.
No, and sometimes I forget, so.
I guess that concludes our hearing then for case. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. We need to, we'll leave it open again till June 10th.
Okay.
We will leave the record open in this case till June 10th to supply the supplement requested. And then that concludes our hearing for case number 30916. And I just want to jump back real quick to correct an issue. In case number 30913, we left the record open till June 9th. Given that that's a Sunday, we're going to correct it and say that the record will be open in case number 30913 until June 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
Case number 30917, application of EOG Resources, Inc. for an order for the partial Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish 2 overlapping 2560-acre spacing units comprised of Section 32, Township 154 North, Range 90 West, and Sections 4, 5, and 9, Township 153 North, Range 90 West, and Sections 5, 6, 8, and 9, Township 153 North, Range 90 West, authorizing the drilling of a well on each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and 2, create and establish an overlapping 2240-acre spacing unit comprised of Sections 33, 34, 35 in the west half of Section 36, Township 151 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 2240-acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter on behalf of EOG Resources, Inc. We'll have the same 2 witnesses in this matter as we had in the previous case.
And just a reminder, they're still under oath.
Okay. Anna, let's go to Exhibit L1 in case 30917.
Exhibit L1 is a regional location map depicting the boundary of the partial Bakken Pool within Montreal County, Dakota.
L2?
L2 reflects the requested spacing units. The 2 2,560-acre units that we're requesting are outlined in purple and in blue up in the Wayzata and Austin townships. And down in Liberty, we have a 2,240-acre unit requested, outlined in orange.
Okay, and then L3A?
L3A shows the 2 2560s that we're requesting. The unit that's outlined in blue, EOG owns a 48.2% working interest, and the unit outlined in purple, EOG owns 47.7% working interest.
And L3B?
L3B shows the 2,240-acre spacing unit we're requesting, outlined in orange, and EOG's working interest within that unit will be 88.8%.
And L4A?
L4A shows the underlying spacing units that are existing under our 2 requested 2560s. There are multiple spacing units underlying these, and we've included an Exhibit L5, which depicts which units we believe could be terminated upon approval of this application.
Okay, and then L4B?
L4B again reflects the 2,240-acre unit outlined in orange and all of the underlying existing spacing units.
And then let's go to L5 that you mentioned previously.
So L5 depicts the units that we believe that can be vacated upon approval of this application.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. John, let's go to Exhibit G 1.1.
G 1.1 shows the Middle Bakken structure map with the Middle Bakken depicted at approximately 7,350 feet subsea in and amongst the 2 spacing units in the Burke Township, or in the Wayzata Township, with the Wayzata 46-11 monitoring well highlighted in red. And then Exhibit G 2.1 shows that pipe log for that Wayzata 4611 monitoring well, showing the Upper Bakken, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken Shale, and Three Forks are all present in and amongst the spacing units requested. And then G 1.2 shows the spacing unit we're requesting down in the Liberty Township going out under the lake. With the Middle Bakken present at approximately 7750 subsea to 7850 subsea in under the unit with the dip to the west, mostly to the west, and the two wellbores that we have in the unit are also depicted. And then that Liberty 2-11 pilot hole is shown in red in that G1.2, and then it is followed up in the next exhibit, G2.2, showing that the Upper Bakken, Middle Bakken, and Lower Bakken Shale and Three Forks are all present in the area.
Okay, let's go on then to E1.
E1 is our depiction of our proposal for what we want to do for each of the DSUs. In the two 2560 DSUs, we're proposing one Bakken well, no Three Forks wells. In the 2240 DSU down in Liberty, we're proposing three Bakken wells, one Forks well, total of 4 at this time. E2 then shows the proposed DSUs in green and yellow, with the wellbores in a dashed yellow and a dashed green, and the surface location in section 9. And then in red are proposed wells that are being that would be drilled in the adjoining or outside of these units. The two red wells are actually wells that our rig is sitting on right now, so we are actively drilling in the area, and I don't have a spud date for these, but they would continue to be on our near-term drilling schedule, probably as end of 2024 into 2025 drills.
Okay, let's go to E2.
E3. E3 shows the cross section that I had in E2, showing kind of the alignment of the wells. We do cross over a Three Forks well. That well is currently shut in. That Wayzata 108 well. It's got a hole in the tubing, so it's currently shut in. It was producing about 10 barrels a day last time it was producing, but we don't have any anti-collision issues. The curb on the green well will go over wellbore just to the northeast, so there won't be any anti-collision issues on either of these two proposed wells.
Okay, E4.
E4 then shows the Liberty area DSU with our proposed wellbores. The service location is up on the shoreline, above the shoreline, on a bench above the shoreline, in an aerated field, so we don't have to deal with any Dakota skipper issues, as these will be federal wells going out under the lake. And we will cross over, actually under probably the Liberty 21 and the Liberty 16, Liberty Long Reach 16 wells. We were able to do this successfully here about 3 months ago in the DSU above. So we feel like from that experience, we have gained a lot of knowledge and feel very comfortable in being able to avoid wellbores by transiting them in the Middle Bakken when we need to.
All right, let's go to E5.
E5 then shows the layout of these wells. We're proposing 3 Bakken, 1 Three Forks, and at this time. So that is the layout of approximately 1,000 to 1,500 foot spacing in this proposed layout.
Okay, E6.
E6 shows we'll do a cemented liner on both of these proposals. For the 11,500 foot laterals, it'll be 58 to 65 plug and perf stages. For the 16,500 foot laterals, it'll be approximately 85 to 90 plug and perf stages. And next, E7, reservoir properties for the Bakken Pool, for the 2240 and for the 2560s, at 56 and 64 million barrels oil in place, respectively. And then economics for all three of the wells, or well types proposed. For the first one, the green well in the 2560 case, approximately 921,000 barrels is our estimated EUR. We'll end up with costing about $11 million to drill, complete, and facilitate and put up facilities, for a return on investment of approximately 1.34 based on our working interest in NRI. And then moving on to the next E9 shows the economics for the yellow well. Again, 921,000 barrels for 11,500 foot lateral. We're only doing one Bakken well, and all the investment metrics. The investment metrics the same, but the due to the difference in working interest in NRI, a little bit different on the return on investment and cash flow. And finally, E10 shows the laterals for the ones that going out on the lake in Liberty. 986,000 barrels is our estimated EUR. $12,000 or $12 million investment, and undiscounted cash flow of $21 million. And for the project, Three Forks wells are just a little bit less at 800,000 barrels EUR. And for the full well project, about $48 million investment, and return on investment 2.68 at $80 million undiscounted cash flow.
Okay, on Exhibit GC1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these types of hearings?
Correct, and again, it's the con for the gathering and off-table for the processing.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I believe it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
I got a question on your Exhibit E2. It shows just one pad location. How many pads are you proposing to create, or how many more pads are you making?
We'll drill 3 wells off this one pad, 2 of them being the yellow well and the green well, and then there's a red well shown in it's going into a different DSU, but it'll be drilled off the same pad.
Okay, thank you.
John, the yellow lateral that you got depicted there in the 2560, that pad's pretty close to that section line already. How much completed lateral length are you projecting to actually be in section 9 on that well?
We're hoping for about at least 1,000 feet in section 9, and we're going to push. So, unfortunately, I don't have topography map to show you. If we could, we would push that pad as far to the east as possible. But there is a creek that goes through there. Another fun thing, we tried to put this pad in what would be the southeast of the northwest of Section 9, and we sighted the pad and ran into a Air Force table in that northwest quarter of Section 9. So that's why the pad had to move to the southwest, the northeast of the southwest. But we still feel like we can get treatable lateral, enough treatable lateral in Section 9, and that's why we included all of Section 9 in our application.
Is there room to, as depicted, it looks like you're drilling straight west across the line and then moving north, northwest for the rest of your lateral. Is there room to dive that lateral a little bit to the south before you turn that way to get that additional lateral length that you're planning for?
There could be. We could drill a little bit to the south. At this point, we were expecting that area, white space, if you will, to be taken up by that red well going to the south. So, I mean, there is some flexibility on these well paths. These were preliminary well paths. So, you know, I guess at the time that we submit the APDs, we could make that adjustment.
I mean, just at a glance, if you were to drill that well as depicted, and end up with your casing, you know, several hundred feet off of the pad location, it doesn't look like you'd have a whole lot of lateral in Section 9, and it wouldn't maybe be appropriate to include it in the spacing unit in that case. And your well bore would appear to be more of a 1920 well than a 2560 well in that case. So I think you will want to make sure that your well bore justifies its inclusion in Section 9 when you propose it for the permit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Like I said, we're hoping to get between 800 and 1,000 feet in Section 9.
So John, on your exhibit E4,
Yes, sir.
is your second well from south, is that the Three Forks well?
That is correct.
And why are you drilling one Three Forks well in this proposed spacing unit?
We believe that obviously from the economic table, we believe that the EURs for the Three Forks are a little bit less. It'll allow us to come back and drill Three Forks in the future if the economics or those get better. But at this point, we're concentrating on mostly Bakken, which is what we drilled in the spacing unit above. We did three Bakkens and one Three Forks up there as well.
Okay. And it would appear that, if I'm correct, sections 33, 34, and 35 are laid down 1920 at this time?
Yes, and so because of where we had to locate the surface in 36, we included the west half of 36 to make it a 2240.
Correct. And I didn't see that 1920 on your list of spacing units to terminate.
That's right, yeah, I can add that into there.
Well, that's fine. Just if it's in the record, we would likely terminate that spacing unit anyway.
Sorry for that oversight.
Okay. Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30917. Case number 30918, application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Haystack, Butte, Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish an overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 7 and 18, Township 148 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 wells on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17, 18, 19, and 20, Township 148 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 wells on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and such other relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 30918, on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. Plan on calling 3 witnesses.
Mr. Toma,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bush, state your full name, please.
Bush Toma,
And Bush, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy,
In what capacity?
senior landman.
And in that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Bush, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 30918. I'll have you turn to what's been previously marked as Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what Exhibit L1 is?
Sure, and I don't know if now's the appropriate time, but part one of this application where we are applying for section line spacing unit not to exceed 2 wells, we only plan on drilling 1 well.
Okay. L1?
L1 is the proposed spacing unit, sections 7 and 18, and then 17, 18, 19, and 20, township 148 north, range 97 west, the Big Sim and the Haystack Butte field.
Okay, L2?
L2 is the ownership of the existing spacing unit, sections 6 and 7, Clarence Federal, operated by XTO. Grayson Mill Bakken has a 6.31% working interest. 17 and 18, Grayson Mill Vice, 1280 DSU. Grayson Mill Bakken has a 74.1% working interest. Sections 19 and 30, the XTO Ernest DSU. Grayson Mill has 0 interest, and 20 is a 6 and 640. Section 20 is an existing 640. The Erstis DSU, and Grayson Mill has 0 working interest in that.
All right, let's go to L3.
L3 is the proposed 1,280 acre overlapping spacing unit, section 7 and 18, 148 north, 97 west. Grayson Mill Bakken have a 38.63% working interest in that DSU.
And L4.
L4 is the proposed 2,560 acre spacing unit, section 17, 18, 19, and 20, 148 north, 97 west. Grayson Mill Bakken would have a 37.05% working interest.
And in both of these situations, for the overlapping spacing units, the 1280 and the 2640, because Grayson Mill has less than a majority interest, Grayson Mill will communicate with the other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's correct, and we've been in communication with XTO on them.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Henry?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy,
In what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Catherine, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, which is Exhibit G1. Can you identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, G1 is our structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale with 25-foot contours. I've also called out our type log in yellow. It's the Thorpe Arthur L1.
Okay, and G2?
This is the Thorpe Arthur L1 type log. The Middle Bakken thickness is 36 feet, and the Three Forks is 47 feet thick in this area.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Catherine, just a point of clarification, I guess, the Three Forks being 47 feet thick, you're referring to the first bench of the Three Forks there?
Yes, I apologize, the first bench.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Zelvig,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kristen, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy,
In what capacity?
as a reservoir engineer?
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission on previous occasions?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kristen, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit E1. Can you tell me what Exhibit E1 is?
Exhibit E1 is a map view of the proposed wells we plan on drilling in this DSU. The northernmost thick is the unit line well we're here for today, as well as the two southernmost unit line wells. Middle Bakken wells are shown in blue, Three Forks wells are shown in yellow.
And E2.
E2 is the same map now with a yellow box around the 2560 spacing unit meant for the two southern unit line wells.
And is this the spacing unit that Mr. Toma was addressing in his testimony, that you're only going to drill one well?
It was actually the previous exhibit where you can see the red 1280 shown on E1. That is for the northernmost 5K unit line well that we're planning on. We originally thought to possibly do two 5Ks, similar to the south, one Three Forks, one Middle Bakken well, but the 5K Three Forks is not as economic as we would like.
Okay.
So we're only planning on doing the Middle Bakken. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. Let's go to E3.
E3 is the typical 5K lateral three-string casing design that we are planning for the northern unit line well, the 1280 spacing unit.
And E4.
E4 is the typical 10K lateral three-string for a Middle Bakken well that we're planning for the 2560 spacing unit.
And E5.
E5 shows the reservoir characteristics for both the Middle Bakken and the first Three Forks. The Middle Bakken will have a TVD of 11,217 feet, a net pay thickness of 36 feet, porosity of 7.9%, and a water saturation of 16%. The Three Forks will have a TVD of 11,288, a net pay thickness of 47 feet, porosity of 7.5%, and a water saturation of 29%.
E6.
E6 shows the proposed well economics for the proposed 1280, where we plan on drilling one 5K Middle Bakken well. We are using a initial rate of 625 barrels of oil per day and a EUR for oil of 325 MBO. Gas is 710 MMCF. EUR is 443 MBOE. That results in a NPV10 of the 5K Middle Bakken well of $3.3 million with a 47% IRR.
And E7.
E7 are the Three Forks 10K economics for the proposed 2560 spacing unit. The Three Forks will have an initial rate of 816 barrels of oil per day, 515 MBO, and 1175 MMCS EUR for a 710 MBOE well. The resulting NPV 10 is 6.5 million with a IRR of 83%.
And E8.
E8 are the economics for a 10K Middle Bakken well in the proposed 2560. The EUR is 585 MBO oil, 1,308 MMCS gas, for a total of 803 MBOE. The resulting NPV 10 is 9.2 million with a IRR of 140%.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Person, this is David Tabor. On your exhibit E1, you note a continental well. Do you know what target or what formation that well is in?
I believe it's a Middle Bakken well.
And that well, at least looking at our map, has a what appears to be a back build going into section 7. So your proposed Middle Bakken well, or do you know about how close you might get to that, or is that going to be a concern?
I don't believe it'll be a concern. We're not sure exactly how close we'll be to that back build, but because we'll be coming from a pad location in the middle of the ESU to the south, we should have no problems avoiding where that continental well is.
So you don't anticipate any kind of completion problem caused to that well?
No,
Okay, thank you.
it shouldn't be producing from the back build. Thank you.
Correct, yep.
Kirsten, on exhibit, we'll just use E2. That northern 1280 lease line well, that's going to be drilled from the existing pad in the, just to the south side of the south half of section 18.
Yes.
And how far is that well proposed to be north of the lease line?
Yes.
About how far?
I believe it's about 150 feet.
And similarly, the southern two lease line wells are going to be drilled from a new pad in the southwest of 18?
Yes, from a 4-well pad in the southern portion of section 18.
And how far are those wells proposed to be off the lease line?
Both of them are roughly 175 feet from the lease line.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30918.
Thank you.
Case number 30919, application of Hunt Oil Company for an order allowing the Halliday 14693-10 2H1 well located in Section 10, Township 146 North, Range 93 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, for the portion of the toe of the lateral potentially not completely isolated by cement to be completed and to produce as an exception to the applicable field rules, permit conditions, or other well location restriction, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, excuse me, appearing in case 30919 on behalf of Hunt Oil Company. All three, what do we have? We'll likely have two witnesses. I know there's three on the list, but we're likely only going to call Mr. Bodley and Mr. Alleman, or Alleman. They should be calling in shortly.
Okay.
It's my fault. It's a call-in number, and I'm sitting here, sorry.
Welcome to Frederickson Environment. One moment, please. At the tone, say your name, and then press the pound or hash key.
Lawrence Bender. Hello? Hi, is that you, Matt? Okay, you got Zach on? Okay. Okay. We'll probably just be calling Matt and Brian unless there's some other questions. That makes sense? Hello? Yes. Okay. All right. So I apologize.
Oh, no, that's fine. Mr. Bodley?
Yeah, we're having trouble hearing you, Matt. Are you on a speaker or?
Is that any better?
Yeah, it seems to be, keep talking and see if you break up. You seem to have broke up for a little bit, but. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Is that any better?
Yeah, that seems to be much better.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Matt, by whom are you employed? In what capacity?
Land manager.
Oh, that's my fault. I'm going to have to start all over. I didn't have you on the system here. So, Matt, state your full name for the record.
Matt Bodley,
And Matt, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company.
In what capacity?
Land manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Matt, I'm going to turn your attention to a packet of exhibits that I've distributed to the commission staff. I'm going to direct your attention first to Exhibit 1. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Can you briefly describe what's contained on that exhibit? And there's a lot of information. I'd like you to focus on the well and the spacing unit that is before the commission consideration for today in terms of an exception location.
Okay. The wells in blue are Hunt Oil Company wells. The wells in red are Marathon wells. The yellow outline is the subject spacing unit, and the well in green is the subject well, the Holiday 14693-102H1 well.
Okay, and generally, what I'd like you to do is just briefly describe for the commission staff, because Brian can describe in more detail what's going on, but just generally describe for the commission what the problem is with this well and why you are before the commission in terms of requesting an exception location.
Yep. So the spacing rule is if it's a wet shoe to be 150 feet from the northern line of the spacing unit. We were not planning a wet shoe and had mechanical issues where we were unable to get cement to that point. And so we're asking for an exception for the toe of our well not being under the rule of the spacing unit.
So in other words, if you want to be at 150 feet, you have to have basically the toe cemented to 150 feet, excuse me, the casing cemented to 150 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have that, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the engineering witness is going to explain in more detail just what the configuration of the well bore is and why we want the exception, is that correct?
Correct.
And I think I used the word casing. I meant to say the liner. Is that your understanding, that the liner isn't cemented? Or the liner is cemented?
I believe so, but Brian, our drilling engineer, will be able to answer that.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Matt or Lawrence, since this was advertised as an exception, who was notified?
We notified everyone, I'll just take that, Matt. We notified everybody in the 2560 where the well currently drilled through, and then we noticed parties in sections 34 and 35. I think technically we could have just notified the parties in 34 and 35, but the rule talks about those who are affected. And, I mean, arguably, you could say, well, the owners under the 2560 are affected as well. Maybe not adversely, but they are affected. So that's why we took the precaution of notifying all those parties. And that's typically what I recommend to the client.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Alaman,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yeah, you're kind of coming in, are you on a speaker or?
Is that better?
That's much better, thank you.
Okay.
Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Brian Raymond Alleman,
And by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
And in what capacity?
senior staff drilling engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
Yeah, so what I'd like you to do is briefly, Brian, highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
Okay. I graduated from the Colorado School of Mines in 2006 with a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering. I then worked for Weatherford for approximately 6 months as an MWD field engineer. I then went to work for the Williams Companies in Tulsa, Oklahoma as a drilling engineer until the end of 2011. Then I transitioned to a role as a drilling and production engineer at Veneco, Inc. in Denver, Colorado. I was there for approximately a little over a year, till early 2013, and I've been with Hunt Oil Company as a drilling engineer ever since.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant matters concerning this request for an exception location?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision an exhibit you intend to sponsor?
Yes, I have.
To offer the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Brian, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet. I assume you have a packet in front of you?
I do.
Okay. I'd like you to turn what's been previously marked as Exhibit 2. Can you tell me what Exhibit 2 is and why it's important to today's application? Excuse me.
Exhibit 2 is a wellbore diagram I prepared depicting the current state of the well, as well as the proposed location of our remediation that we're offering today. And it also contains a section describing the key depths in the hole relating to TDs and setbacks, as well as a summary of the operations that took place over the course of this well that got us to this point. So that gives us the background to be able to talk about what happened to the well and why we're requesting what we are requesting.
Okay, please walk us through that, please.
Sure. So we drilled our curve and landed it at approximately 11,050 feet measured depth, which put us over 220 feet past the 150-foot setback for the curve. While running the 7-inch casing, it became stuck at 10,844 feet measured depth, which is 167 feet from the south line. We were unable to get it free, and we were unable to establish circulation, so we perforated the well at 10,730 feet, which is 7 feet from the south line, and performed our cement job at that point. After we drilled out the cement and the shoe track, we spotted 8.1 barrels of cement across the shoe and proceeded to squeeze the 7-inch shoe. And we drilled out the shoe after the squeeze and tractored down a CBL. After we tractored down the CBL, we picked up, and the first good data reading is 10,822, and it showed good cement from the first reading to at least 4,000 feet. We then proceeded to drill the lateral to TD with oil-based mud, pulled out of the hole to run our liner, and we had to aggressively work the liner pipe down to bottom for approximately the last 3,500 feet. When we attempted to set the liner by pumping a ball down to a ball seat near the shoe, we did not see the ball seat. So we performed a contingency mechanical release from the hanger and attempted to proceed with our cement job. After pumping 50 barrels of spacer, 200 barrels of cement, and 90 barrels of displacement, we began seeing returns of spacer and cement to surface. At that point, we suspected we had a washout in the drill pipe, and we immediately circulated all the cement out of the hole. We released from the hanger and pulled out of the hole and found that we did not have a washout. In fact, the liner had backed off one joint below the liner hanger. So we went in with a fishing assembly to screw back in. We successfully screwed back into the liner top. However, at that point, when we attempted to circulate, we could not establish returns. We appeared to be pumping into the formation due to an apparent pack-off in the lateral. We set the hanger slips and released from the hanger without setting the liner top packer, and we set a retrievable bridge plug at 9706, approximately 60 feet above the liner top, and pressure tested. Then while tripping out of the hole, that bridge plug appeared to be leaking, so we set a second retrievable bridge plug at 4982 and pressure tested that, and then we proceeded to release Neighbors B21, leaving the well in a condition as shown in the wellbore diagram with 2 retrievable bridge plugs and an uncemented liner with no packer set on top.
So if you could, just briefly describe for us, and probably you did it, but I'd like you to do it again if you have, just briefly describe for us the very bottom hole part of this. You don't have any cement, the liner is not cemented in from 150 feet to the end of the hole, or is there a larger portion that isn't cemented?
The entire lateral and liner within the 7-inch casing is uncemented. The lateral TD is approximately 92 feet from the section line, and we have fracture initiation sleeves at approximately 170 feet from the section line. But there is no cement either inside or in the angles.
And what are your plans in terms of a substitute for the requirement that the liner be cemented at least to 150 feet?
Our proposed remediation is to remove the 2 retrievable bridge plugs. We'll set a permanent bridge plug above the fracture initiation sleeves, which puts us past the 150-foot setback and removes our ability to pump down out of the toe of the well. And then we'll proceed with TCP, tube and conveyed perforations, to initiate our first perforations for the first stage, and then we'll continue on with our plug and perf completion.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Examiner.
Any questions from the staff?
Brian,
Yes, sir.
so the TD of the lateral is approximately 92 feet from the north line?
Correct.
And the proposed setting depth of that bridge plug is at what measured depth?
It would need to be above the fracture initiation sleeves, which are at 21,004 feet measured depth. That's 170 feet from north line. So we intend to set it probably, we'd have to check the tally and make sure we don't set it in a collar, but somewhere between 20,950 and 21,000.
And then you plan on doing a plug and perf operation with an uncemented liner?
Correct.
Have you attempted or have you thought about trying to establish circulation by perforating that liner somewhere near the toe and trying to circulate?
Not knowing where the pack-off is located, and also with the fracture initiation sleeves that are in place, we did not feel comfortable running our perf guns that far out.
And moving to the heel of the well, if I understood you correctly, you said the 7-inch is set 167 feet from the south line?
Did I say the south line? I might have meant the north line.
The exhibit says
Yes,
south
I'm
line.
sorry. From the south line. South line. The south line of section 10.
So that 7-inch is set at a legal location?
Correct.
So what was the TD of the well bore that for your 7-inch?
11,050. That was 371 feet from south line of section 10.
So at 10,844, you're past the hard line.
Correct.
And you said you ran a CBL. How deep did you run that CBL?
Our first good reading of data was 10/8/22.
Do you have any idea why you got stuck with your casing and then also stuck with your liner? Or, no, I guess you didn't get stuck with your liner, but why you had trouble running it?
We, getting stuck with the casing, we have experienced this problem very specifically in this area in the past, and we've implemented what we refer to as a shale stabilization procedure when we TD the 8 3/4. That involves increasing the mud weight and also spotting a pill containing sized calcium carbonate particles to help try to reinforce the formation as the fluid leaks off. We performed all of those steps in this case, and we're unsuccessful in our mitigation efforts, and we're not able to work our 7-inch. We tagged up with our 7-inch and we're immediately stuck. In terms of the liner, we are still trying to understand that problem.
We also had pretty severe issues sliding at the end of the well, but we did not have extreme hole geometry, nor did we have any issues. We did not think we had any issues with friction because the oil base should be as lubricious, if not more, than the water base, the clear brine with drilling lubricant added that we typically drill with. So that one remains kind of difficult to understand.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, along the lines of that last set of questions, the wellbore that you drilled, you didn't have any shale strikes or anything like that, did you?
Not in the course of the lateral, no.
Okay, so no expectation of sloughing shale as being the sticking point. In your testimony, you indicated a concern about running perf guns down to around the fracture initiation sleeves that you have, but you'll be running plug and perf operations to complete the well anyway, right?
Yes, but we will not be running the perf guns out into where the fracture initiation sleeves would be.
Right. So, I guess to re-ask the question that I think Mark asked, have you considered trying to identify where that liner appears to be bridged off and considered attempting some kind of cement remediation, if for no other reason than to help your plug and perf operations?
We discussed it internally, and the issues of the fracture initiation sleeves. I think the effort that need to go through to determine that stuck point, not really being able to run a 3-point that far out, and trying to do it by, shooting holes and, trying to circulate, could also have the opportunity to damage the plug and perf operation and also cost a significant amount of time and money.
Okay. With respect to the issues you had at the heel, the perforations that were shot were between the spacing unit boundary and the hard line, correct?
Correct.
But the CBL did indicate cement down to at least where you were indicating the log picked up at 22, and I think you would have crossed the space unit boundary at 10.826 measure depth.
We would have crossed the 150-foot setback at 10.826.
Right.
And as soon as we picked up at our first reading at 10.822 showed good cement.
Right. And I'll just confirm for the record that the commission has looked at that log and agrees that it does look like good cement at the shoe of that, or at the bottom of the logged interval. I guess just one more thing to kind of confirm for the record then, with respect to the liner, you believe you have circulated out all of the cement that was originally pumped, or at least you attempted to, correct?
Correct. We attempted to. There is still the possibility of cement stringer or another issue down in the liner. So part of the bridge plug and TCP operation would definitely include a clean out and a gauge ring run or at least a clean out to confirm that we can actually get what we need down to that depth.
Okay. So with respect to the plan to run in and set that bridge plug above your fracture initiation sleeves, with the belief that you've circulated the cement out from the annulus there, you'd still end up with open hole wellbore behind the liner all the way to the TD of the laterals, or the TD of the lateral, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you want to offer the exhibits?
I would like to offer the exhibits.
Okay, the exhibits are admitted. That concludes our hearing for case number 30919. Case number 30920, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order for the West Kappa Bakken Pool and/or Grinnell Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, as follows.
They're gonna
One,
call it.
create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, Township 154 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 6 wells on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit. Two, create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 154 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit. And three, create and establish an overlapping 5120-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, and 20, Township 154 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 wells on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 5120-acre spacing unit, such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing case 30920 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. And you should have a list of the witnesses we plan on calling.
Mr. Botchlet? Yes, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
TJ, state your full name for the record, please.
TJ Botchlet,
And TJ, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a land supervisor.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes,
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
TJ, let's go to the first exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit L1. Can you briefly discuss what's contained on L1?
Sure. L1 is a general locator map identifying 3 proposed spacing units. The green highlights a 2,560 acre spacing unit. The red is also a proposed 2,500 acre spacing unit. And the black is a proposed 5,120 acre spacing unit.
Okay, and then let's go to L2.
L2 is a land plat highlighting sections 4, 9, 16, and 21 of Township 154 North, Range 96 West, and highlighting the working interest summary showing Continental owning a 47% working interest.
And let's just discuss this on this exhibit because it likely applies to the subsequent exhibits. Can you explain just very briefly what the relationship is? I shouldn't say what the relationship is. What is the agreement between Continental and XTO as to who will be the operator?
Continental will. We do have an agreement with XTO to operate these wells.
Okay, let's go then to Exhibit L3. Tell us what that is.
L3 is a land plat highlighting Township 154 North, Range 96 West, all of sections 6, 7, 18, and 19. And in the summary there shows Continental Resources with a 40.67% working interest.
And in your previous testimony, when you said you have an agreement with XTO to operate all of these wells, it would include this wells in this spacing unit as well?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go to L4.
L4 is the land plat for Township 154 North, Range 96 West, all of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, and 20, 5,120 acre spacing unit, and this is showing Continental with a 39.5% working interest.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Ramber,
Good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dustin, state your full name for the record.
Dustin Ramber,
And Dustin, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources at 20 North Broadway, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73102.
In what capacity are you employed at Continental?
Operations geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Dustin, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Will you tell me what that is and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Yes, sir. G1 is a general locator map showing our requested spacing units highlighted in yellow, also outlined in red and green. Also have a structure map of the Upper Bakken surface displayed here with 50-foot contour intervals. And the type log that we'll be using for this area is notated by that red star. An additional note is in these units there is not any unusual structure in that immediate area.
Okay, let's go to G2.
Yes, sir. G2 is the Brownell 34-11 petrophysical type log of the area. It displays a 25-foot buffer above and below the West Kappa and Grinnell Fields Bakken Pool. The West Kappa and Grinnell Fields Bakken Pool is defined as 50 feet above the Upper Bakken Formation top to the top of the Bird Bear Formation. And we believe that this is a good example of the uniform thickness, density, and porosity in the area.
And are the targets Middle Bakken and First Bench Three Forks?
Only Middle Bakken development for this.
Okay, thank you. Let's, I guess that's all the questions I have of the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Dustin, you, in your testimony, you did indicate that you had no concerns about the geology, but can you expand a little bit on that? The requirement for drilling 2560s, I need something with respect to no geologic hazards. So when the existing wells were drilled, did you run into any faulting or folding or concerns that caused problems with the drilling of those wells?
No, sir. It's pretty structurally minor. There is a little structure seen, but nothing major. And a lot of these wells are kind of on strike, so we'll expect them to be relatively flat.
Okay. With respect to being on strike, have you, does the reservoir change much as you go from west to east or from north to south in these spacing units?
It looks pretty uniform from what we see petrophysically. We don't have control to the south due to the river there, but the closest type well below it is, I believe, and sorry if I'm not quoted properly here, in section 6 of 153 north and 96 west, and it looks very, very similar to the Brownell.
Okay, so you do anticipate relatively consistent geology despite the structure that's exhibited on G1?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Elliott?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury your testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kate, state your full name for the record, please.
Kate Elliott,
And Kate, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
Resource Development Engineer.
In that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes,
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kate, let's turn to E1. Tell me what E1 is.
Exhibit E1 is a directional plot for the proposed 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of the western half of sections 4, 9, 16, and 21 of 154 north, 96 west. Only the future wells will be part of this 2560 spacing unit. All previous development has been under separate 1280-acre units. The existing development is shown by the solid green lines and solid pink lines, representing existing wells, and the dashed green lines indicate the proposed future wells, which you can see are balanced in count between the north and south.
And an obvious question here, Kate, is why not develop this on 1280s rather than 2560s? Can you briefly describe for the commission Continental's desire to drill on 2560s rather than 1280s?
Yes, drilling on 2560s is desired so that we can drill these wells from common drilling pads to reduce surface impact and expense on facilities, as well as improve the timing and economics of connecting the wells to gathering systems. The minimized surface disturbance will obviously enhance the aesthetics of the surrounding area, which is predominantly an agricultural area. And we'll also be able to add additional lateral length to not strand resource in that setback area. We expect among these wells to add about 2,000 feet of additional productive lateral.
Okay, and does adding additional lateral improve the profitability of the wells?
Yes, it certainly does, and it adds approximately 94,000 barrels of oil to be recovered.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit E2. Tell me what Exhibit E2 is.
Exhibit E2 is a directional plot for the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, 18, and 19 of 154 North 96 West. Only the future wells will be part of this 2560 spacing unit. All the previous development has been under separate 1280 acre units. The existing development is shown by those solid lines, and the future wells are represented by the dashed green lines, which are, again, balanced in well count between north and south.
Okay, and would all the testimony that you previously provided with respect to Exhibit E1 be applicable to Exhibit E2 as well in terms of requesting 2560s rather than 1280s?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And also, what are your plans in terms of drilling? Will you batch drill all these wells at one time? If not, how will you drill them? And will you take into consideration the commission's, I'll call it a policy, that you have balancing between the north part of the 2560 versus the south half of the 2560? And by balancing, I'm talking about just as many wells going north as you have going south.
Yes, wells in each spacing unit will be stud together and batch drilled. Nearly all of these wells will be brought on at very similar timelines, given how close together they are. Current planning indicates that would be later this year, would be for spud, and first production expected mid next year. We plan to balance the well count between north and south at time of spud with no break in between drilling those wells to balance each side.
All right, let's go to Exhibit E3.
Exhibit E3 is a directional plot for the proposed 5120 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, 8, 18, 19, 5, 17, and 20. Only the future wells shown as the green dashed lines will be part of this 5120 spacing unit, and all previous development shown by the solid line has been under separate 1280 acre unit.
And would your testimony with respect to Exhibits 1 and 2 be equally applicable here in terms of wanting a 5120 rather than 2560s, and also how you would drill the wells in terms of batch drilling and balancing the drilling of the wells?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, let's go on to the next exhibit then, Exhibit E4. Tell me what E4 is.
E4 is a schematic of our typical 2-mile Middle Bakken well for both the 2560 and 5120 acre spacing units. We're showing a TD of about 21,000 feet measured depth, which puts our lateral length at about 10,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and completed with plug and perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing operations.
Okay, and then let's go to E5.
E5 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual 2-mile Middle Bakken well. starting with the reserve section, we're expecting an oil IP of about 1,800 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 450,000 barrels of oil, a gas EUR of 3,007,000 cubic feet, a BOE EUR of 951 MBOE, and an EUR GOR of about 6,500. The final rate shown there has been rounded from 0.1 to 0. I do apologize for that rounding. The 0.1 barrels as the final rate is the input from my forecast, but 5 barrels is representative of the economic limit. Moving on to the economic section, with a total estimated gross drilling and completion cost of $8.1 million, a $60 oil and $3 gas price deck, and the reserves mentioned above, we are expecting a total MPV of $3 million per well, a rate of return of 75% per well, and an undiscounted payout of 2 years. Also shown are the reservoir parameters broken out for the Middle Bakken, as Dustin previously spoke to.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Yeah.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect predator rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kate, let's start with your Exhibit E1. Is Continental proposing to develop the east half of Section 16 and 21?
Yes, that section will be developed, but under the existing 1280 acre spacing unit.
And how many wells are proposed in the east half?
The current plan is for 3 wells in the east half.
And when will those wells be drilled?
Subsequent to the wells shown in the dashed line.
So Order 14496 lays out specific information the commission has to consider when determining whether to approve a 2560 such as these.
Such
Yeah.
as what?
Pardon?
Such as what?
These 2560s.
What you're proposing. Yeah, I understand that, but I didn't hear what you said, so.
Okay. And one of the items is that development must occur or have occurred with horizontal wells in the east half of and the west half of each underlying 1280. You've testified to that is going to happen, but we don't know when.
I'm sorry, I might not have made that clear. The rig will move from the west side to the east side of the unit immediately after finishing the west side wells.
We're waiting on federal permits in 16 and 21.
Another requirement is that you quantify the cost savings that would be achieved from your 2560 development versus 1280 acre development. So you'll need to supplement the record with that information. And I would highly suggest you look at 14496 as pretty much a cookbook list of what you need to address.
We'll do that.
So based on how these wells are gonna be drilled, what's the determining factor that it should be on a 2560 rather than 1280 development?
The 2560 will allow us to access those normally stranded reserves and add that additional lateral interval and have it be productive additional lateral interval.
Okay, well, I assume you'll address that in your supplement.
Well, I think she addressed some of this in her testimony. We're happy to give it to you again, but I think a lot of this was addressed in her testimony.
I agree, but if she's gonna supplement the record, I think it would be convenient for us to have it all in one place.
I agree, it would be convenient, and we're happy to do that.
As far as the decrease of surface impact, if you developed this on 1,280 acre spacing units, you could still develop it from the pad, excuse me, the pads you have depicted, correct?
Yes, but with stranding those reserves that I previously spoke to.
I might add too, Mr. Board, that it's not always easy to get a surface damage agreement from someone who's not on the spacing unit.
Yeah,
We
understood.
probably haven't gotten that far at this point in time, but that always becomes an issue, and perhaps we'll address that as well in the supplemental.
Yeah, understood. And TJ, one of the requirements of 14496 is the working interest breakdown of each former or potential 1,200 acre drilling or spacing unit within the 2560, so you'll need to address that. But you did address the fact that it's federal minerals?
Yep, in 16 and 21. I don't know exactly how many there are. I just know that's what we're waiting. I had the same question this morning on 16 and 21, and our plan is to go there and drill that next, right after we drill this 2560. And that's what we're waiting on right now is our federal permits. They've been submitted already, so.
That's probably another thing we're going to address in our supplemental is the fact that the federal government would probably not allow commingling if we were to do 1280. So allowing a 2560 would, there would be no need for commingling because it would be one spacing unit, but we'll address that in the supplemental as well.
Do the wells on the west half require federal permits for this 2560?
I don't believe so.
No, they do not.
So there goes that argument. But yeah, if you would address those things, we'll take it under advisement. And then if the pad locations you've depicted are firm, that's great, but if there's a reason you have to move them somewhere else, it would be helpful us to know exactly where they're gonna be. And that would could affect, you know, how the laterals are placed and the lateral length and the setbacks and things like that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. June 10th?
Sure. The record will remain open until June 10th for submission of the supplement.
If we can't make that date, we can always ask for an
That's
extension.
fine. We should be okay.
So, Kate, just a couple other questions. You're depicting entirely Middle Bakken development for the 2560s at this time. Is the reason you're not including Three Forks in this plan development?
That is just our current development plan based on economics that we expect from these wells. Of course, we're always looking into that, and it's always a question of what the right choice is. That is our current plan.
So the Three Forks wells that you have in the existing spacing units, are they are they just struggling economically, or are they just not as economically viable?
Yes, I would say there is a potential difference in expected production from each zone.
Have you looked at productivity between similar wells, between the north half and the south half of any of these 2560 proposals?
Yes, the existing wells are performing very similarly between the north half and south half of each of the proposed spacing units.
Okay, thank you.
Kate, with that last comment, you have no Middle Bakken wells in 16 and 21 to compare to the 4 and 9 Middle Bakken wells, is that correct?
The 16 and 21 Three Forks well is performing in line with the Three Forks wells we see in sections 4 and 9 is what I was alluding to.
Well, I did a cursory look. The Three Forks well in sections 4 and 9 has cumed 214,000 barrels of oil since March of 2010. And the Three Forks well in 16 and 21 has cumed 339,000 barrels of oil since February 2011. That seems fairly disparate, doesn't it?
Well, when you account for the difference in spacing, it seems pretty in line. Just normalizing for that difference.
Okay, thank you.
I guess just one final question. If for whatever reason the commission wasn't able to approve these on 2560s, would Continental consider and proceed if they were approved as 1280s? And for the smaller, for the current 2560s, if they were approved as two 1280s, and then for the 5120, if it was approved as a 2560, would Continental still consider proceeding?
Before you answer, is that something you maybe have to go back to management with, and then we could address it in the supplemental?
Yeah, that's right.
I guess you are management. But,
Well, for the land department, but yeah, we'd have to, I don't know if we'd be able to answer that question here today.
Is it something you could provide in the supplemental?
It's something we can certainly try to address in their supplemental.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30920. This time, why don't we take an hour break for lunch? We are back on the record at 1:05. We'll begin by moving to a case that was originally on the administrative docket, now has been moved to the main docket. Case number 30958, application of Continental Resources, Inc. pursuant to NDAC 430203, 88.1 for an order of the commission authorizing the drilling of the Sleipnir saltwater disposals from a surface hole location in the northeast-northwest quarter, section 3, township 155 north, range 97 west, to a bottom hole location in the northeast quarter, northeast-northwest quarter, section 3, township 155 north, range 97 west, Dollar Joe Field, Williams County, North Dakota, in the Dakota Group pursuant to Chapter NDAC Chapter 430205 for providing such other and further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wednesday, with P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 30958, on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. Brief background may be appropriate, Mr. Examiner. This application was filed as all saltwater disposal applications are filed. It was filed by Continental Resources, Inc. And shortly after the filing of the application, the Hess, I guess it was Hess Bakken Investment 2 LLC, submitted a letter to the commission having some concern about the location of the saltwater disposal that Continental was proposing to drill. Their concern was first that the well was going to be located in what they refer to as a Hess spacing unit. And I assume what they mean by that is they had wells or are going to drill wells in a spacing unit where Continental was proposing to drill its saltwater disposal well. They also pointed out that the saltwater disposal well would be near some already drilled and producing wells, which that sort of thing happens all the time. The other thing they pointed out is that Hess had additional plans to drill wells in the Hess-operated spacing unit, and they had some concerns about what the saltwater disposal well would do to the formation in the Dakota Group. I believe it's the Indian Cara, in terms of pressurizing it, and it would probably make it a little bit more expensive to drill wells. Continental responded to that letter, indicating that we believe that the reservoir is not overpressured. We believe that it will be take some time before the well that Continental plans on drilling as a saltwater disposal well would potentially cause pressure in the Indian Cara formation. But most importantly, there'd be plenty of time for Hess to drill those wells and not bear any additional costs because the pressure wouldn't increase immediately. Based on that, we thought potentially Hess would be here today and present actually some evidence to support their letter. I don't see them here. They didn't contact us indicating that they would or would not be here. So based on that, Mr. Examiner, we would rely on our application. We think there's sufficient evidence in the application for the commission to grant the request of Continental Resources. In the event that there are some specific questions that the commission might have as a result of the letter from Hess and as a result of the letter that I prepared on behalf of Continental Resources, we do have individuals from Continental Resources here that are available to answer questions.
Okay. Any questions from the staff?
Is TJ available to answer questions?
TJ's available to answer questions, but we have some people on the phone and we have others in the room. Depending on what the questions are, we may have to kind of switch them from person to person. TJ's a very bright guy, but he doesn't know everything about everything.
I assume we need to swear him?
He's actually already sworn in.
Okay. So TJ, this proposed well, how close are the nearest Continental wells to this proposal? The surface locations?
Is that a question for Catherine? Yeah. we have a Catherine Liska, is that? Yes, Liska. Yeah, just take a chair there.
Well, before we go on to that, TJ, have you had conversations with Hess about this?
Well, I've talked to Hess a couple of times. They did call us. We did talk to them. They didn't propose any alternatives. All that they were concerned with was that it was in a unit that they believe they are going to be the operator of. Yeah. And that they were going to drill future wells at some point, but they couldn't tell me when they were going to drill those wells in the future.
Do you know when Continental plans to drill this well? Okay.
Probably should swear.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Catherine Liska, Liska,
And by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
Senior Staff Engineer.
Have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
Could you just briefly highlight your educational background?
Graduated
Experience?
Graduated in 1996 from University of Texas at Austin, Bachelor of Science Petroleum Engineering. 1996, 1998, Union Pacific Resources, Greater Green River Basin, Wyoming, Production Engineering. 1998, Platt Sparks and Associate Consulting in Austin. 1999 to 2009 with Samson Resources, Production Completion Engineering, as well as saltwater disposal and pipelines in East Texas Basin and Texas Panhandle. 2009 through current with Continental Resources, Bakken Staff Engineer, Production Engineering, as well as water pipelines, design, construction operations, and full scope of saltwater disposal, design, permitting, and operations.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
I have no questions at this time.
Okay.
So Catherine, the first question I had is, do you know how close this well is to any Continental wells at surface?
We have multiple wells in this section to the west. That's our Cheyenne spacing unit. I'll have to pop open a plat so I don't misspeak as to how close they are. They're in the east half of the section to the west.
Are you looking for the exhibit that we were working on yesterday?
Yes.
That's towards the end?
So this is just exhibit 1.
Yeah, I know, but I got the other ones attached there.
Okay. I think the copy I have does not have them on it.
Does you have the other?
No, it ends at page 118.
You don't have those other 4 exhibits that,
No, they're not on. Thank you. Yeah, the Cheyenne 3 and 4 on the far east side of the Cheyenne DSU.
would you like to see what she's looking at?
Is it part of the exhibits that have been presented?
Yes, that would be, we could share those exhibits.
Yep.
We don't have footages on those exhibits, but they're on the far east side of the section to the east. Did a significant number of measurements on there, but I did not have those measurements called out.
So it looks like they're,
So exhibit 2 has the Slafner
Everybody got?
and the light yellow. And then you'll see the Cheyenne DSU to the west. And if you see on the pipeline, you'll be able to see where the well spots are, where the green pipeline juts out. That's the connection to those well pads. There's 2 wells on the furthest east on that pipeline connection.
so they're over a quarter mile away.
That'd be approximately.
When does Continental plan to drill this well?
So it's on the drill schedule for approximately September, October, pending permit timing. We'd like to get it drilled and established before winter sets in.
Okay, thank you.
Your nearest wells that you've drilled there, as Mr. Borges indicated, are a ways away, but I'm just gonna ask curiosity, has Continental had to use a four-string design on any of those wells that would be nearest to this proposal?
Do not believe any of the ones in this area have been four strings. I do know the Hess wells are not four string that they have drilled in this area.
Okay, so as far as you're aware, you have not experienced pressure issues when drilling in this area?
I am not familiar with any in this area. It's intermittent in this region. It's not consistent.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me.
Okay, so I guess at this point, we'll rely on your application. Barring any objection, I'd admit this letter into the record.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with the admission of the letter from Hess's counsel. I hope that you would also admit my letter as well on behalf of Continental. I guess I would point out that while Hess raised some concerns in a letter drafted by a lawyer, there really is no evidence in the record to support those concerns. So I just remind the commission of that, and I guess I do not see any reason to delve any deeper into this because we believe there's sufficient evidence in the record to grant the application.
Okay, but we'll also admit your letter.
Okay.
And I guess with that, that ends the hearing for case number 30958.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Case number 30836, application of Iron Oil Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the partial Bakken pool, Monterey County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish the following. 1, 3 19-20-acre space units comprised of sections 1, 12, 13, sections 11, 14, and 23, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 153 North, Range 99 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on each proposed 19-20-acre spacing unit, and 2 overlapping 19-20-acre space units comprised of sections 14, 23, and 26, and sections 15, 22, and 27, Township 154 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on each proposed overlapping 19-20-acre spacing unit, and/or such further relief. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 30836. Case number 30714, on a motion of the commission to consider the proper spacing for the development of the Bar Butte Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, redefine the limits of the field, and enact the special rules as may be necessary. This case has been continued. Concludes our hearing for case number 30714. Case number 30921, in the matter of the petition for a risk penalty of SOGC Inc., requesting an order authorizing the recovery of a risk penalty for certain non-participating owners as provided by NDCC 380808, and the drilling and completing of the Porcupine 4-19H well located in the spacing unit described as sections 18 and 19, Township 146 North, Range 97 West, Little Knife Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, and such other relief as is appropriate. This case has been continued to the June hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 30921. Case number 30922, in the matter of the petition for a risk penalty of SOGC Inc., requesting an order authorizing the recovery of a risk penalty from certain non-participating owners as provided by NDCC Section 380808, and the drilling and completing of the Porcupine 5-19H well located in the spacing unit described as sections 18 and 19, Township 146 North, Range 97 West, Little Knife, Bach, and Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, and such other relief as is appropriate. This case has been continued to the June hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 30922. Case number 30923, in the matter of petition for risk penalty of SOGC, Inc., requesting an order authorizing the recovery of risk penalty from certain non-participating owners as provided by NDCC Section 380808 in the drilling and completing of the Porcupine 6-19H well located in the space unit described as sections 18 and 19, Township 146 North, Range 97 West, Little Knife, Bach, and Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, and such other relief as is appropriate. The case has been continued to the June hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 30923. Case number 30774, in the matter of a petition for a risk penalty of Phoenix Operating LLC requesting an order authorizing the recovery of a risk penalty from a certain non-participating owner as provided by NDCC 380808 in the drilling and completing of the NATE 27-34-3 1H-LL, NATE 27-34-3 2H, NATE 27-34-3 3H, NATE 27-34-3 4H, and NATE 27-34-3 5H wells in the Berg, Bach, and Pool located in the space unit described as sections 27 and 34, Township 160 North, Range 99 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and Section 3, Township 159 North, Range 99 West, Williams County, North Dakota, pursuant to NDAC Section 43020388.1, and such other relief as is appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Phoenix Operating Company. We have one witness that'll be a primary witness and one witness available if there are questions that come up that he doesn't know.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 30774 on behalf of Silver Lake Exploration 3 LLC. And we may or may not have a witness.
Okay. Mr. Throne, you can proceed.
Okay, call my first witness, Mr. Nathan Berger.
Okay. Mr. Berger, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Before we start, we should pass out the exhibits.
Okay.
Have you passed them out? Okay.
I don't have a set.
Okay, we need a set for Lawrence.
If you have two, then potential witness could have one as well. Is that the only one we have?
I'll make another copy for them.
You don't need to make a copy. We can share. Or if you have an extra, that'd be great. Oh, you don't have enough for the staff either? Oh, Lynn, okay.
Yeah, B-U-R-G-E-T.
That'll be the second question. Does everybody have a copy of the exhibits that needs them? Okay, Nathan, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, Nathan Berger, 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado.
And would you spell your last name for the record?
B-U-R-G-E-T.
And for whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Phoenix Operating is their Vice President of Land.
And have you previously testified before this commission as an expert in petroleum land matters?
I have not.
Would you briefly tell the commission your professional background as a landman?
I have over 10 years of in-house work experience working with day-to-day tasks of operation companies, including contract negotiations, acquisition divestitures, records, exploration reports, etc.
And are you personally familiar with the matters that are subject to this application?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Berger be accepted as an expert in petroleum land matters.
No objection.
Motion granted.
Have you prepared or caused to be prepared certain exhibits that you will be using at today's hearings?
I have.
As Vice President of Land for Phoenix Operating, are you personally familiar with all of the facts surrounding this case?
I am.
Are you, as Vice President of Land, responsible for sending well proposals to the working interest owners for wells that Phoenix intends to drill?
I am.
Are there copies as exhibits 1 through 5, or correction, 1 through 1E, that are copies of the well proposals that Phoenix sent to Silver Creek?
Mr. Examiner, I see an exhibit 1A. maybe
1A.
1A through 1E?
1A through 1E.
Oh,
What did I
okay.
say?
You just said 1, but.
Okay, 1A through 1E.
Okay.
Are those well proposals included in the exhibit packet?
Yes.
And generally speaking, are they all the same basic contents with the exception of the well that each proposal covers?
That's correct.
Starting with Exhibit 1A, and I think in the interest of time, we can go through 1A with the items there, and they are contained in every other exhibit. So would you, did you send these proposals to Incline Bakken LLC?
I did.
And why did you send the proposals to Incline Bakken LLC?
In early December, Incline Bakken was the owner of record.
For each of these 5 wells?
Correct.
Okay, using and starting with the first page of Exhibit 1A, would you go through the contents of that page as it relates to the requirements of a well proposal in the regulations?
Yeah, on the first page, the reference contains the drilling and spacing unit description. The first paragraph contains the approximate spud date as well as the estimated surface location, bottom hole location, proposed depth, and objective zone. Paragraph 3 has a statement that indicates the invitation must be accepted within 30 days of receipt in writing pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code. And paragraph 4 has has noticed that the participating owners intend to impose the risk penalty. And if we move on to page 2, it's the ballot election.
Go ahead.
Page 3 is a cash call, with page 4 being the itemized for the cash call, and pages 5 through 8 are the AFE showing the itemized estimated expense for the DNC cost of the wells.
And are these same items included in each of the 5 well proposals sent to Incline?
They are.
And do they conform to the requirements of an application under the NDIC rules and regulations?
They do.
Did Phoenix provide any additional notice that it intended to impose a risk penalty if an election was not properly made?
Yes.
Would you please describe that in Exhibit 2 and 2A and 2B?
Yeah, Exhibit 2A is a letter from Phoenix's counsel, Aaron Bieber, notifying Silver Creek of our intention to impose the risk penalty, with Exhibit 2B being the certified mail receipt for said letter.
Using Exhibits 3A and 3B, please describe the evidence that the well proposals were delivered to Incline timely.
Exhibit 3A and 3B are the certified mail receipts and the signature from Incline for receiving the elections on December 11th.
And did Incline convey any portion of this interest to any other parties?
They did.
Using Exhibits 4A, and for the record, we have 2 4As. The second 4A should be 4B, and Nathan will explain the difference between the two.
4A and 4B are the same assignment, just recorded in different counties, one being Williams County, one being Divide County, based on the location of the drilling and spacing unit. Within the assignments, 90% of the working interest within the wellbore only was assigned from Incline Bakken to Silver Creek Exploration 3. recorded December 28th, 2023 in both counties.
Is the recording date after you sent the well proposals?
It is.
How did you find out that Silver Creek purchased an interest from Incline after you sent the well proposals?
Via email on December 28th from Silver Creek.
And does that email explain in Exhibit number 5?
It is.
Did Incline or Silver Creek elect to participate in these 5 wells by sending a response by mail requesting a certified receipt?
No.
Did Incline or Silver Creek elect to participate by sending a response by overnight courier or a delivery requiring a signed receipt?
No.
Did 30 days expire after Incline received the well proposal?
Yes.
And when was that 30 days up?
January 10th.
And did Incline convey the remaining 10% to Irish Oil?
They did.
Using 6A and 6B, would you please describe that assignment?
6A and 6B are assignments of oil and gas lease that, by effect of the 90% conveyance to Silver, conveyed the remaining 10% into Irish Oil. Each exhibit are the same assignment, just again, Williams County and Divide County, recorded on January 5th.
And is that date of recording after the date you sent the well proposals to Incline?
It is.
Did Irish elect to participate by sending its election to Phoenix's office by FedEx overnight delivery within the 30 days from the date the well proposals were received by Incline?
They did.
Using Exhibit 7, please explain that fact to the commission staff.
Irish participated via letter dated January 9th, delivered January 10th to the Phoenix offices by FedEx overnight delivery, participating in the drilling and completion of the wells and signing the associated AFE.
Do you know of any reason why Silver Lake could not have elected to participate under the same procedure?
No.
And what is the current status of each of these 5 wells?
They are all drilled and waiting on completion.
And when did they spud each well?
The 1H lease line was January 25th, the 2H January 26th, 3H January 27th, 4H January 28th, and 5H January 29th.
And when do you anticipate these wells to be completed, if you know?
Depends current drilling plans of nearby areas.
Has Phoenix been required to to pay a risk penalty to another operator because it did not send its election to participate by certified mail return receipt, a carrier or delivery requiring receipt?
They have.
And by whom imposed that penalty?
Bowline, which is a well now operated by Neptune Operating.
And did Phoenix not fight that election based on the regulations?
It was before I was at Phoenix. I'd have to get additional details.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Bourget and would ask that exhibits 1 through 7, including the 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, 4A and B, 5, 6, and 7 be admitted into the record.
Any objection, Attorney Bender?
No objection.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions? Attorney Bender?
Yeah, I do. I'll try to pronounce your name correctly. If I blow it, I apologize. Is it Boucher?
It's probably better than I pronounce it.
Well, thank you. I'll use that pronunciation then if you don't have any objection. Let me direct your attention to Exhibit 5 in your packet. You can just tell me when you're there.
Okay.
I believe you said that you received this email. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you receive it on December 28th?
I did.
And does that email, I'm going to paraphrase here, but does that email indicate that Silver Creek intends to participate or wants to participate in the drilling of the well?
Reading it, yes, via email.
Okay. And then also, did that email have attached to it 5 well proposals that were signed by the land manager, the land manager?
Vice President.
Yeah, from Silver Creek.
I believe in one packet.
Okay.
I didn't open the PDF.
And did that email also pose some questions to Phoenix?
Yes,
And did anyone with Phoenix respond to those questions?
not to my knowledge.
So if I understand your position here today, it's not that you didn't receive notice, you being Phoenix, it's Phoenix did not receive notice by certified mail return receipt requested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Underneath,
And if these documents had been sent to Phoenix, certified mail return receipt requested, what would that have provided you that the email did not?
proper notification underneath the North Dakota code.
Okay, and I think you've indicated, so you would have gotten everything through the email. The only reason you're objecting is you didn't get it certified mail return receipt. Is that correct?
We would have also got original signatures.
Pardon me?
Original signatures,
Okay, and could you have asked for original signatures?
in theory, yes.
Okay. And do you accept email signatures on other documents, or do you always require original signatures?
Depends on the document, but we often use DocuSign.
Okay. What sort of other documents will you accept a signature by email?
It would depend on the project, but we do generally use DocuSign.
Okay? And if the document doesn't have to be recorded, can you get by with a signature that is emailed?
Depending on the cost of the project and our risk association with it.
Okay. Are you familiar with something called the best evidence rule?
I'm not.
Okay. You're not a lawyer?
No.
Okay. Did Silver Creek have any other communications with Phoenix after returning the well proposals executed by Silver Creek?
I believe additional emails were sent.
Okay, and were those emails responded to?
I do not believe so.
Okay, so in addition to the email that was sent on December 28th, Silver Creek also sent some other emails, I think is what you said.
I believe so, yes.
And those emails were, what were they? Were there inquiries as to whether Phoenix had received the well proposals executed by Silver Creek?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know how many separate emails Silver Creek sent to Phoenix asking about the signatures?
In addition to these,
In
this one,
addition to the one that was
Exhibit
sent on, I believe, December 28th.
believe it was one or two more.
Two
I
more?
believe. I think
One or two? I'm not trying to quarrel with you, I just know, I don't want to know what you're saying.
one or two.
One or two,
Yeah.
okay. And do you know, after those one or two emails that Silver Creek sent, did Silver Creek make a phone call to Phoenix and leave a voicemail message?
Potentially on the main hotline. I don't have access to that
Okay.
directly.
And how is that hotline managed?
A voicemail is registered through the automated system sent to our owner relations group and forwarded along.
And if somebody leaves a message on that what you call hotline?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like an automated
Yeah,
online.
you're automatic. Does someone check that periodically and get the message to the right person?
They do.
Okay. And do you know if the message that was left by Phoenix on the hotline, was it delivered to you?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go through my inbox.
Okay. You didn't check that before you came today?
I did not know.
Okay. But you don't have any reason to dispute that Silver Creek did leave a message?
No reason to dispute, no.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the well proposal itself, and let's just use 1A, because it's my understanding that 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E are basically identical except for different well names and locations. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
So if I ask you general questions about 1A, that would probably apply to B, C, D, and E as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's start on Exhibit 1A. I see, I believe it's the second to the last paragraph. It says, if you elect to participate as a working interest owner and fail to pay any billed amounts within 30 days of your receipt, you will be deemed to have elected not to participate, and your interest will be subject to the risk penalty allowed by Section 380808 of the North Dakota Century Code. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And you set forth for us in your direct testimony a list of things that need to be in a well proposal. Do you remember doing that?
I do.
Is there something in the statutes or rules of the commission that says you should include language that says if somebody doesn't pay their jibs, they're deemed to go non-consent?
There's not, to my
Okay.
knowledge.
So why did you put that in there?
We have had issues with other owners participating and never paying jibs in order to get well data, is what I've been told by my company.
And you believe by North Dakota law, you have just the right to impose a risk penalty with nothing more if they don't pay their jibs?
He can answer the question, but that is a legal question, and so he's asking as it is opinion.
I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. He's a landman. He's involved in sending out well proposals. Presumably, he's involved in drafting the well proposals. I want to know from his position whether he believes, or Phoenix, whether he believes that Phoenix has the right to impose a risk penalty if parties don't pay their jibs timely.
Overruled.
Yeah, if you're extremely late on your payments, I don't see why you couldn't attempt to impose the non-consent penalty.
You
'cause
can't
you're
point
no
to-
longer paying.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry, no, you're
Yeah.
good.
You can't point to a statute or a rule of the Industrial Commission that allows for that, can you?
No.
Okay. Do you know if any operators in North Dakota have come to the Industrial Commission and proposed something like this?
Not to my knowledge.
So you wouldn't know if the commission rejected this idea?
Would not.
Okay. Let's turn to also in Exhibit 1A. It would be the third page in Exhibit 1A. And I quote, it says, Dear Incline Bakken 2 LLC, if you elect to participate as a working interest owner in the referenced well, please find enclosed a cash call invoice for your estimated share of the estimated drilling and completion costs, period. Please make checks payable to Phoenix Operating LLC. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Do you think that language in your cash call is inconsistent with your language in the second to the last paragraph of your well proposal, where it talks about you're going to mail the non-op jibs and they have 30 days to pay?
I do not. I think you have both options to pay the cash call if you so choose, or if you don't pay your cash call, once you start receiving your jibs, if you fail to pay, then you're at risk of non-consent.
I guess I don't understand. I'm not trying to be difficult. You don't think they're inconsistent, but one says pay your bills once you get a jib, and you got 30 days to pay, and then the third page says, please pay up front. Why is that not inconsistent?
One is the request for payment on the cash call, and the other is if you don't cash call. We've had parties pay cash calls and parties not pay cash calls.
I'm really not trying to be difficult, but I guess I just don't understand how the two work together. And I don't think your client, your attorney should be writing notes and passing them to you on how to answer, so.
I was writing a note to myself, thank you.
Yeah, but you pointed to him to
No, I
to look
didn't.
at it?
I didn't.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So explain to me again, if you do a cash call and someone complies with your request to do a cash call, what are they supposed to do when they get a jib?
Why would they be receiving jibs if they pay their cash call unless there's additional cost?
You just won't send jibs?
Because we would send the statement, but not the bill, because they would already pay it.
Okay. And perhaps I asked this, if I did, I apologize. Is there anything in the commission statutes and rules and regulations that allow an operator to request a cash call?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Yeah, so that's just another rule you all made up and sent it out, just like the paying your bills in 30 days, is that right?
A request substantially similar to elections we receive from other operators in the basin, yes.
And just based on what other operators do, you think Phoenix should be able to do, whether it's legal or not?
Legality was not the question.
Okay, you didn't look into it,
We didn't see that it was forbidden.
okay? Did you talk to a lawyer about it?
The letter was run by our attorney, Aaron Bieber, yes.
Run
These
past who?
proposals. Aaron Bieber, our counsel.
Okay, and he approved it as being legal?
He approved the letters, yes.
Is he licensed in North Dakota?
I believe so, yes.
Are you familiar with the petition that Phoenix filed in this matter?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to the first petition. There was a petition, there was an amended petition, and then there was a second amended petition. Let's start first with the petition. Paragraph 4 says, by virtue of the order in case number 30474, all interests in the spacing unit have been pooled. Are you familiar with that statement?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
If I can just share this with you for a moment, it's paragraph 4.
Thank you.
And I can read it again if you'd like, but if you remember what I said, you can just answer yes or no.
Yes,
Whatever
yeah.
you can. And you would agree with me that this petition does not identify the order, does it? It just says the order.
Correct.
Do you know the order number?
I do not.
Are you sure it was pooled?
I know the pooling was filed.
Okay, but you don't know if there's been an order entered.
I do not.
Do you believe that the commission has authority to issue a risk penalty before there's an order of pooling?
I don't.
Okay. Do you believe that the pooling order is what gives the commission the right to impose a risk penalty if everything else is done properly?
I'd have to brush up on those specific.
Okay.
If you don't know, you can say, I don't know.
I don't have.
Was this petition also reviewed by your in-house counsel?
I do not believe our in-house counsel reviewed that.
Okay. And do you know if this same allegation that the interests in the spacing unit were pooled were made in the amended petition as well as the second amended petition?
Not. Yes.
So if it was wrong on the petition, it's wrong on the amended petition and the second amended petition, is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, it's true, is it not, that regardless of the fact of whether Silver Creek served the acceptance of the well proposals or the agreement to participate in the drilling of the well, Phoenix wasn't obligated to reject it because it didn't receive its certified mail return receipt. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Phoenix had the option.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified this, but I want to make sure this is on the record. even though you received an email from Silver Creek that included the, that Silver Creek wanted to participate in the drilling of the wells and had certain questions, you didn't respond to Silver Creek,
That's correct.
and you didn't respond to the second and third emails of Silver Creek,
Correct.
and you didn't respond to the telephone call from Silver Creek.
Correct.
Do you believe that not responding to the emails and not responding to a telephone call is acting in good faith?
I believe all pertinent information was provided in the election letter for proper proper participation, and there was not any obligation for response.
Were you saying there was no obligation to act in good faith?
Don't know if I'd call good faith.
Do you know there's a provision in the statute in North Dakota having to do with risk penalties that an operator has to make a good faith effort to lease if the interest is unleased, or obtain a participation if there is a lease?
Yes.
You're aware of that?
Yes.
And you don't think not responding to emails and telephone calls is not good faith?
Incline was also the owner of record at the time who we served the letter to. We received no notification from Incline, excuse me, of their sale. So we are basing it off of the email.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that. When Silver Creek responded to the well proposals and indicated they wanted to participate in the drilling of the 5 wells, didn't Silver Creek return with those well proposals assignments of interest?
They did.
Okay, so as early as December 28th of 2023, Phoenix would have been aware of the fact that the interest had been assigned to Silver Creek.
As early as that, yes.
Yeah, and then subsequent to that, there were 2 more emails and 1 more phone call from Silver Creek.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so that should have told you that Silver Creek was the owner, shouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Phoenix did ultimately contact Silver Creek and let Silver Creek know that it received the elections, is that correct?
Yeah, believe that's,
And that was, what was the date of that notice? Was it the 16th of January?
that's a letter from the council.
I think it's 3 or 4.
Yeah, Exhibit 2A.
And that would have been 6 days after the deadline that Incline or Silver Creek, Incline's successor in interest, had to respond to the well proposals, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So if you were willing to respond, if Phoenix was willing to respond on the 16th, indicating that it had gotten the emails and the well proposals, why couldn't it have done it a few days earlier so that the alleged problem with the acceptance of the well proposals could have been corrected, that it could have sent something certified mail return receipt?
Since we didn't receive the letters via certified mail or overnight courier, the Exhibit 2A letter, January 16th, is notification that we are imposing the risk penalty, not necessarily that we received the transfer.
And what it does for you is it gives you an opportunity to say, we got you. We waited until after the deadline, and now we're telling you you didn't do it right. Isn't that correct?
I would have to check with our counsel.
Let's talk a little bit about the well proposal that you responded to, and I guess, did you send it back by email?
Would,
You were talking about one where somebody imposed a risk penalty against Phoenix because you.
oh, the Bowline one?
Yeah.
Yes, my understanding is that was an email response to Bowline. That was not accepted.
Were you directly involved in that?
I was not.
Okay, so you really don't know the details about that?
I do not.
Do you know if, when that happened, Phoenix made application to the Industrial Commission objecting to the imposition of a risk penalty?
I do not.
I don't have any questions at this point. Any more questions?
Attorney Throne, any,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a couple of quick questions based on my notes.
That you showed to your client?
You heard some questions from Mr. Bender about the automated phone message system that Phoenix has.
Yes.
Do you have knowledge of what is contained in that phone message?
Not in the voicemail portion, no.
Do you believe that there's some information contained in that voicemail based on your course of conduct as Vice President of Land?
Honestly, the voicemail is set up by our records team. I'm not sure what the response is for the voicemail, just the automated email response.
Okay, let's talk about the cash call that you had questions from Mr. Bender on. Was the well proposal subject to signing the cash call?
It was not.
And had the election been properly sent to Phoenix without the cash call, would you have honored the properly sent election?
We would have.
As Vice President of Land, is it uncommon to see operators request a cash call on a well proposal?
Objection, no foundation.
overruled.
No.
There were some other discussions about Phoenix's experience with Bowline. Do you recall those line of questions?
Yes.
And in your course of work as Vice President of Land, has there been discussions among the management team about that particular situation? About Bowline in assessing a risk penalty when Phoenix did not elect as required by the regulations?
Yes.
And from your knowledge, Phoenix has been assessed a risk penalty and is not receiving revenue until the penalty is recovered on the well drilled by Bowline. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Asked and answered.
Overruled, and keep going.
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
No.
Any questions from the staff?
I guess just one, from my own knowledge, is it common when you send out your assignment letters to parties for them to send emails back asking clarification questions or additional questions, and for those to go unanswered until you receive back the required paperwork? Or do you try to answer those questions when you receive them?
Normally, it's involving just questions about their interest and what the AFE amount is as it pertains to their interest amount.
Do you normally answer those in
I
that
do.
case? So it would be, or it wouldn't be odd, I guess I should say, if a question is outside of those parameters to not answer that?
No.
Do you have an idea as to why you did not answer the questions that you did receive in this matter via email?
Just that all the pertinent information was provided in the original letter, and until we receive the proper election back, not to respond.
Okay, thank you.
Nathan, do you know if the subject space unit has been pooled?
I know the pooling has been filed, but I do not believe it's been approved.
I believe the order was entered on May 29th, 2024.
Just not keeping up with the orders.
That would be yesterday.
It was referenced or testified to that 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, and 1E were identical except for the well and the descriptions like that, but I noticed the cash calls were different. Is that, would that be because they're for different wells?
Yeah, different AFE amounts and different, if there's a variation within the working interest. Yeah, so the associated costs would be different.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess I got one more. In the election to participate that Phoenix have sent out in the past, have they ever accepted any that came in past the required 30 days?
We have.
Have you accepted any that were told to you via non-written, through an email, so a phone call?
No, we have hard copies of all of them.
But you have accepted them past that,
Past
when
the
you
30
received the
days.
hard copy,
I
right?
think in other situations, there was one instance where we accepted the letter after, participation after
Right, thank you.
30 days.
All right, Attorney Bender, it's your opportunity to call.
Yeah, I'm going to call one witness.
Okay.
Bonnie Langford. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Langford, yes. I'll pass it. Yeah, sure.
This says Continental Resources. Is that right?
Oh, I think it's that one.
I'm sorry, wrong box.
I didn't think we were on that case.
Sorry about that.
They going around?
That's all we have.
Yeah, we'll share one.
I'm good. I can.
Ready?
Yes, I'll swear in. Ms. Langford, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Bonnie, state your full name for the record, please.
Bonnie Langford.
And maybe you can pull the mic just a little bit closer, make it more comfortable for you.
Okay.
And Bonnie, by whom are you employed?
Silver Creek Exploration,
In what capacity?
Vice President of Land and Administration.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the North Dakota Industrial Commission on previous occasions?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
I have a bachelor's degree in business administration and energy commerce from Texas Tech, which is essentially a landman degree. I interned and was hired subsequently by Concho Resources in Midland, and I completed their landman development program. I worked their Texas and New Mexico assets. When I moved to Dallas, I worked for Silver Creek Oil and Gas, which had operated assets in Oklahoma and Texas at the time. We subsequently sold Silver Creek Oil and Gas and started Silver Creek Exploration in 2020, and we primarily purchased non-op AFE new drill wells.
Okay, and in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review with respect to the matters before the commission having to do with this attempt to impose a risk penalty?
I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision or assisted in preparing certain exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Now for the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
No objection.
Motion granted.
Okay, Mr. Examiner, I think we're just going to mark this entire packet as Exhibit 1, and there's tabs, and then Bonnie will go through the tabbed items, if that's okay.
Okay.
All right, Bonnie, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 1, and let's skip the cover page, and let's go to Tab 1 in Exhibit 1, and just very briefly, tell us what's contained under Tab 1 and why you've included that here.
Okay, so tab 1 is a wellbore assignment from Incline Bakken 2 LLC to Silver Creek Exploration 3 LLC, effective as of December 1st, 2023, for 90% of Incline's interest. We purchased this interest from a website called nonopwells.com, where Incline had put this up essentially for a bidding process.
And has Silver Creek purchased interests like this before on this website?
We have purchased on this website before, and there are also other websites we have purchased from, as well as directly from operators and non-operators as well.
Okay, and let's go to tab 2, and it looks very similar, but it has different recording information. Can you explain what the difference is between tab 1
Yes, so
and tab 2?
the first one was recorded in Divide County, and then this next one was recorded in Williams. They're essentially identical. And also just to point out that Exhibit A is for these Nate wellbores that we are discussing.
So what you purchased from Incline was interests in 2 counties, so you recorded the interest in 2 counties.
That's correct. If you see Exhibit C, there's leases that are in both counties, so it was recorded in both counties.
Okay, let's go to tab 3. Tell us what tab 3 is.
So tab 3 is a cover letter. This was provided to us prior to bidding on these sets of wells. We use this information for our evaluation. This was a cover letter that was included with corrected well proposals, which are on the next exhibit, essentially just correcting an error in the original well proposals, and this came from Phoenix to Incline.
Let's explain that just a little bit more. Your understanding was, and I believe the Phoenix witness talked about this briefly, there were some well proposals sent out by Phoenix, but there were some errors, and what they did is they retracted those well proposals and sent out a new well proposal. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding. We were not aware of these wells until they were put on the nonopwells.com website in December, so that would have occurred before then, and this is what we were provided.
So you never saw the first well proposal that they're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 1, tab 4, and tell me what that is.
So this is a copy of the well proposal that was sent from Phoenix to Incline Bakken. Essentially, they are the same for all 5 wells except for the locations, the AFE amounts, the interest described on them, and also included with this well proposal is a ballot election on the second page. And then the third page has the cash call that Phoenix was requesting from Incline for the drilling and completion costs of the Nate wells. And then the next page, you have the AFEs.
And you'd have similar documents for all 5 wells?
That is correct.
Let's just take a moment or two talking about the first page of tab 4. And I want to direct your attention to the second to the last paragraph. Can you just read that to yourself and then briefly summarize for us what you believe that says?
Essentially, if you fail to pay any joint interest billings within 30 days of receipt, you'll be deemed to have elected not to participate, and your interest will be subject to the risk penalty.
Are you aware of anything in North Dakota law that allows for that?
No.
Now, I want to direct your attention to, I believe it's the third page in that tab. I think you referred to this as a cash call. Why don't you read that and then briefly summarize what you believe that is?
So this cash call is essentially asking Incline to prepay the drilling and completion costs in the Nate wells.
Do you believe that the second to the last paragraph in the well proposal and this request for a cash call are inconsistent and confusing?
I do think that they conflict with each other.
And are you aware of anything in North Dakota law that allows an operator to request a cash call?
I do not.
Let's go to tab 5, and it's going to look somewhat similar, I believe, to tab 4. Perhaps you can just explain and very quickly point out the differences so that the commission understands why there's two nearly identical documents.
Okay, so essentially, these are ones that we have elected to participate in. We've checked off that we want to participate. I have signed it, also provided our contact information as well. We did pull out the cash calls because we were aware that that was not allowed in North Dakota, so we did not include that in what we sent back. But these are well proposals that were sent to Phoenix.
And even though you testified that you didn't believe there was anything in North Dakota law that allowed for an operator to impose a risk penalty if jibs weren't paid, what was Silver Creek's intention with respect to the payment of jibs once it received them?
If we receive jibs, we expect to pay them timely. 30 days is very standard in joint interest billings, and most states have a 30-day clause, and so that's how we would be paying our bills.
Okay, let's go to tab 6. And probably the quickest way to handle this is just tell me what tab 6 is.
This is an email that I sent to both the owner inquiry email address and Nathan Burgett's email address. The owner email address was provided on the well proposal to us. And this essentially notified Phoenix that we had acquired we acquired Incline's interest in the Nate wells. Attached were recorded assignments, including the elections to participate that were executed that I just showed you, and a W-9. We also just referenced that we noticed a cash call was included, but we're not aware of any rights to cash call, and if there was evidence of such, they could provide it, and if not, that we would timely pay our jibs under normal monthly joint interest billings. And then our engineer also had a few questions. Sometimes these questions are answered prior to us acquiring interest, and sometimes we get these after, but
Are the questions usually answered?
they are. I've never had someone not respond.
Okay. And then let's go to tab 7. And like you did with tab 6, tell us what that is.
So this is a follow-up email. The initial email I sent was on December 28th, which was clearly right before a holiday or during the holidays. So I wanted to follow up and just confirm receipt and kind of bring that email back up to the top of the emails. And so I'm just asking them to confirm receipt of the election.
And did you get any response to
I did
this
not.
January 3rd email? And I neglected to ask you, did you get a response to your December 28th email?
I did not.
Okay, let's go to tab 8. Tell us what that is.
So tab 8, on January 8th, I sent another email asking them to confirm receipt of the email, and I was also met with no response.
Okay. Now, after you sent these 3 emails and you received no response, did you follow up in another method of communication?
Yes, I called the Phoenix owner relations number, which was the only phone number provided on the well proposal. I left a voicemail just wanting to confirm that they received the elections and just follow up on the questions that we had. And I did not receive a response to that voice message that I left.
What date was that?
That was on January 9th.
And that would have been 1 day before the deadline, is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's go to tab 9. Can you tell me what tab 9 is?
So tab 9 is an email that I received on January 16th from Aaron Bieber, which is counsel for Phoenix. And within this email, he included attachments. If you go to the next page, there was a letter confirming that they had received the elections, but that they were not going to be accepting them, and that they were going to impose a risk penalty against us.
So there's absolutely no doubt in your mind, based on the letter dated January 16, 2024, from Phoenix, that they received your email?
That is correct, because one of the attachments has a copy of the email showing that it was received by them on December 28th.
Now, Bonnie, you're familiar, are you not, with the provisions of the Century Code having to do with risk penalties, and that the operator must act in good faith in attempt to secure an election?
Yes.
And in your opinion, did Phoenix act in good faith in attempting to get your company, Silver Creek, to participate?
No, we clearly wanted to participate in the wells, and they did not want to provide us that opportunity.
And even though they had a copy of your election to participate, because it wasn't sent certified mail return receipt, they rejected it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Examiner, I don't have any more questions for this witness. Let me do this first. I'm going to show you what we'd like to have marked as Exhibit 2. Bonnie, can you tell me what that is?
This is a timeline just of the events that occurred between us seeing the actual proposals, purchasing them, and then also our elections, all of my follow-up emails, and my phone call. And then you can see here that the deadline for the elections was January 10th, and that almost a week later, January 16th, we received this notice about the risk penalty.
And one more question. If the commission determines that Phoenix is not authorized to impose a risk penalty and receives joint interest billings for the drilling of these wells, how will Silver Creek respond?
Given the opportunity to participate, we will be paying our jibs in a timely manner.
And Mr. Examiner, I will offer Exhibit 2, but just for the purpose of giving the commission somewhat of an ease of following what Bonnie has talked about in terms of the various things that took place. Nothing more than that. I guess we could even say it's for illustrative purposes, so,
So we're offering Exhibits 1 and 2?
yes.
No objection to either one. Everything that's on Exhibit 2 has been testified to, and I don't have a problem with it.
The exhibits are admitted. Attorney Throne, any questions for the witness?
Yes. Good afternoon. Did Silver Creek send its election to participate by certified mail to Phoenix?
Asked and answered.
No, she hasn't asked and answered it.
No, that is why we are here today.
And you also didn't use a courier
Correct.
or a delivery with service required?
Correct.
Are you aware that the expenditures have already been made on this well?
Yes.
Okay. Have no further questions. And I do have one rebuttal question when we get to that point.
Any
For
redirect,
my
Attorney
witness.
Bender?
No redirect.
Any questions from the staff?
Bonnie, why wasn't it sent back via certified mail and used emails instead?
At the time, I was not aware that that was a requirement. We've purchased over 80 wellbore packages, over 150 wells, and I have sent them via email in 7 different states, and so I was not aware at the time that that was a requirement. And also, I have seen well proposals in North Dakota from operators requesting that they be sent via email. Just email's a lot faster, and it's widely accepted today.
Okay, so you have in the past replied back via email that you do plan to participate and then follow up with the hard copy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Bonnie, along those lines, to clarify that you've responded via email and followed up with the hard copies, was that in North Dakota?
That was not in North Dakota, and that I have had that happen in. Sorry, I didn't understand your question. I do not typically follow up with a hard copy. Most operators do not require that. I improperly answered your question.
Yeah, I guess that is, Mr. Bohr kind of added to it, but that is what I'm wondering, is in
Sorry.
North Dakota, you have
No.
sent emails and followed up? You have?
No, we have not. This is actually our first interest to purchase in North Dakota as well.
Okay.
Bonnie, I think that you answered my next question. Was have you participated in wells in North Dakota before these?
No.
Your attorney mentioned that an owner must make a good faith attempt to have an unleased owner execute a lease or have, or a good faith attempt to have the non-participating owner participate. I believe you answered in the affirmative. And I'm not seeing anywhere in the statute which says you have to make a good faith attempt to get a non-participating owner to participate. It does say you have to make a good faith attempt to have the unleased owner execute a lease, but that's the only place I'm finding that language.
Just give me a moment. Thirty-eight oh eight oh eight, subsection 3C, quote, "The owner paying for the non-participating owner's share of the drilling and operation of a well may recover from the non-participating owner a risk penalty for the risk involved in drilling and completing the well only if the paying owner has made an unsuccessful good faith attempt to have the unleased non-participating owner execute a lease or to have the leased non-participating owner join in and participate in the risk and cost of drilling the well." So it's a two-part.
What was that site again, Lawrence?
380808, subsection 3C, midway through the paragraph.
Okay, I'm looking at the administrative code. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No further questions. Okay, Attorney Throne, you said you wanted to do some rebuttal.
Yes. Call Mr. Nathan Berger. And we're going to turn to tab 5. I believe it's tab 5. Maybe it's tab 4.
Just give me a minute, Tom.
The email, what's the tab with the email? It's 7, I think, maybe. Yeah, it's 7, excuse me.
Can you just give me a minute?
Yeah.
Even with the tabs, it's hard. Okay, you're talking about the January 3rd email?
Well, I'm going to address the one prior to that. I guess that would be attachment 6.
The December 28th email.
December 28th email. Okay, Nathan, do you see this email?
I do.
And we contained that exhibit also on our set of exhibits, didn't we?
We did.
I call your attention to question number 1. Do you see that? The request for the spud date?
I do.
Was the proposed spud date included in the well proposal sent on December 6th?
It was.
I call your attention to number 2, where it requests the surface hole and bottom hole locations for the 5 wells. Do you see that?
I do.
Were both those items included on the well proposal sent out by Phoenix?
Yeah, the approximate locations for surface and bottom hole location were included.
Okay, so the additional information requested here was included in the well proposals?
Looks like it.
And does Phoenix consider sending out a well proposal and invitation in good faith for parties to participate in a well to be drilled by Phoenix?
It does.
In fact, you do that in most all instances, don't you?
I do.
And how many wells has Phoenix drilled to date in the Bakken?
We've drilled 21 wells,
And how many of them have been completed?
10 wells.
And how many are producing?
We have a total of 15 producing wells, including acquired wellbores from other operators.
Okay, no further questions.
Do spud dates periodically change?
They do.
And do well locations periodically change?
They can.
And this last question, I don't know that I fully understand it, but it appears as though the question is, because of the way some of these wells are laid out, it might make sense to shift the wells one way or another. Is that a question that you think is unusual or inappropriate?
Sorry.
It's the second sentence in part 2.
No, I'm asking for additional clarification.
Okay. Did the wells change at all in terms of location, after the well proposal was sent out?
More specific locations, like footage.
Okay, so not necessarily an inappropriate request for information.
Nothing substantially changed, but no.
No further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Are there more, if there aren't any more questions, Mr. Examiner, I'm going to request that we be allowed to submit some post-hearing briefs. I think there's some things that need to be addressed in this matter that the commission may or may not be aware of. Believe that there are some cases that the Industrial Commission has decided on similar matters, and I'd like the opportunity in a closing argument to point out those additional matters to the commission. Didn't have time, I've been busy with hearings this week, and if we could have 15 days for the filing of simultaneous post-hearing briefs.
Let me take 5 minutes to discuss that with the staff off the record.
I think it will be very helpful for the commission.
Okay. Okay, we are back on the record. After discussion, we will keep the record open for 15 days. Let's set a date certain. You know what date that is?
Should be the 14th, right?
What day of the week is
You
the
would think
14th?
today's the 30th, correct? My math.
Correct, what day of the week is the,
15 days would be the Friday, I know that.
it is Friday? Okay.
No, not this.
No, not this Friday.
Not this Friday, but the 15 days will be on a Friday.
The 15th day is on the Friday, the 15th.
Okay.
Friday the 14th. Is it Flag Day? I should have known. Anyway, we'll keep the record open for 15 days to submit simultaneous post-hearing briefs on the issues.
Thank you for that consideration, Mr. Examiner, appreciate it.
I think with that, that concludes our hearing for case number 30774. Jesus, I can't even do friggin' basic math. I'm all frazzled.
For the next case, Mr. Chairman, I have 2 telephonic witnesses, so we'll have to, and 1 witness in person.
Did you say televised?
Telephonic.
Oh, I thought you said televised.
You know what's crazy?
Televised, yeah, we're gonna do FaceTime. Zoom.
Which is really
We're gonna do a
scary.
Zoom meeting.
I don't even know what tomorrow's date is. Yeah, someone could say to me right now, keep the record open for 1 day and I wouldn't know it's the 31st.
Okay, do we have tabs for all this stuff? Yes, we do.
And I'm speaking into the microphone as we're still on the record. What a marketing come right now. Maybe we should. Okay, I'll call case number 30924. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ross and/or Stanley Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit described as sections 1 and 12, Township 155 North, Range 90 West, and Section 36, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, Montreal, North Dakota, and to authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such as relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating. I have 2 telephonic witnesses that I will get on as soon as I get organized here, and 1 witness in person, Mr. Mark Johnson, who is our land witness. And I will have the same witness for both cases. Nick, you there? And Brandon, are you there as well? Okay. Okay, you're in the hearing room. Would you speak so they know you can be heard?
Nick.
Just give me their names, I'll swear them in.
Okay. Nick Daniele. And Brandon Allen. Nick is geology, Brandon is engineering, Mark Johnson is land, and he is here in person.
Mr. Johnson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mark, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Mark Johnson. I work for Phoenix Operating, 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
For whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Phoenix Operating, Vice President of Regulatory.
And has your testimony been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters?
It has.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as an expert in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Have you prepared or caused to be prepared certain exhibits for this hearing?
I have.
Would you please start with Exhibit 1 and explain the lands that are subject to this hearing?
Yep. Exhibit 1 is just a regional map for this case. You can see our areas of interest are highlighted in black, and in the bottom right corner you can see the area that we're speaking about now in northwest of Montreal County and southeast of the town of Stanley, North Dakota.
And you mentioned other lands in black are other units that Phoenix has drilled or will drill wells in the future?
That's correct.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 2, please explain in detail the application lands today.
As we zoom in closer on Exhibit 2, we can see the proposed 1920 that we're speaking of on this case, which is Section 36 of 15690 and Sections 1 and 12 of 15590. And in black, that section is highlighted in red, and the other sections that we are looking to develop or have gotten spacing orders for are in black.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 3, please tell the staff Phoenix's ownership in the proposed spacing unit.
Yep. As we zoom in further, you can see again Sections 36, 1, and 12, and currently Phoenix has a 66.48% working interest in this proposed 1920 spacing unit.
And although you have the majority of the spacing unit, you intend to cooperate with the other working interest owners?
Yes, yes, we do.
And just for the record, how many wells has Phoenix operating drilled since it became active in the Williston Basin?
We're currently drilling our 21st 3-mile lateral as we speak.
And did you execute Exhibit number 9, the gas capture affidavit?
I did.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, and 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any further questions?
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Mark, let's look at Exhibit 2. So sections 19, 30, and 31 of 15689 are currently a spaced 1,920 acre spacing unit?
I believe so.
6 and 7 are not spaced?
Correct.
Of 15589?
Correct.
And section 13, 15590, and section 17, 18, 15589 are not spaced?
That's correct.
And for those last two I mentioned that are not spaced, we have no applications before us for those?
That's correct.
And sections 24, 15590, 19, and 20 are currently spaced?
I believe so.
Just out of curiosity, why does Phoenix bring these applications to us piecemeal to piece all this land together? Why aren't they bringing multiple applications together so we can see how it's all going to fit together?
So we're constantly evaluating. I mean, we're kind of on the east side of the play here. So we're bringing these today because we wanted to stay as far west as we could from the line of death. It's a valid point that we should bring them all at the same time, but we're bringing these two today because we've had different thoughts on what we wanted to do in this area. We've come in front of you before on a few of these, but we just wanted to highlight more moving back west, and once we got the west established, kind of march our way very slowly east. So sections 13, 18, 17, 24, 19, and 20, by the time we get out to 17 and 20, we're not sure if those are going to be valid 3-milers anyway, and yet until we get a little bit more data. So again, your point's valid that, we should have been looking at this picture from day one, but the reality is it's pretty dicey over here, and we're in a constant state of evaluating. Like I said, our last plan is both the cases you'll hear today are just basically staying with this further 2 western units.
So sections 35 and 36 are currently a laydown 1280, is that correct?
Yes. So our initial plan a year ago was to drill an extension of 35 and 36, or from 35 into 36, that 2-miler, and that's what's brought about this change, is where we would rather drill north-south and incorporate those into a 3-mile unit, and then the next case will be for the unit to the west for a 4-miler, which we believe we're fully capable of delivering on.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Daniele,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Nick, would you please state your name and address for the staff and also spell your last name?
Nick Daniele, last name spelled Daniele. Work address 4643 South Alter Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
Phoenix Operating. I'm the Vice President of Geology.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert in petroleum geology by the staff?
I have.
And have you personally conducted a geologic analysis of the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, sir.
And I would ask that Mr. Daniele be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology.
Motion granted.
And did you prepare certain exhibits for this hearing?
I did.
Starting with Exhibit 4, would you please describe the structure of the Middle Bakken for these lands?
Yes, so this is a Middle Bakken structure map. The structure in this area dips from northeast to southwest slightly. The contour interval shown on the map is 50 feet. The proposed 1920 spacing unit is shown in red. Middle Bakken horizontals are shown by black circles, and Three Forks horizontals are shown by purple circles.
And on this map, you have labeled a type log,
Yes, sir.
and you also have AA prime as a cross-section.
That's correct.
And is that cross-section Exhibit 5?
Yes, it is.
Would you turn to Exhibit 5 and describe your analysis using the cross-section?
Yes, this is a cross-section from AA prime, A being on the western side of the unit, A prime on the eastern side. The first track of each log shows the gamma ray, the second track shows the resistivity, and the third track shows the porosity. The type log used for this cross-section is the middle well, highlighted the target there in green. Using that well, we estimate initial reservoir pressure of 5,700, approximate TVD around 9,000, average porosity of 6%, average water saturation of 36%, gross thickness of about 32 feet, using a BOI of 1.3 that yields around 4.4 million barrels per section for oil in place.
And are the reservoir characteristics that you anticipate described on Exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
And would you please describe those characteristics?
Those are the ones that it's reviewed. I can review them again if you would like.
Yes, please do.
Okay, yep, so initial reservoir pressure 5,700, approximate TVD of 9,000, average porosity is 6%, average water saturation is 36%, with a gross thickness of 32 feet and a BOI of 1.3 that yields 4.4 million barrels of oil in place per section.
Okay. I would ask for the admission of Exhibits 4 and 5, and tender Mr. Daniele for questions from the staff.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Allen?
Brandon, you there?
I am there.
Do you solemnly swear? Oh,
Yeah, we can hear you, Brandon.
Yeah. do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Brandon, would you please state your name and address?
Yes, I work for Phoenix Operating at 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80.
And your name?
Apologies.
You're kind of cutting out. Are you having service issues?
I am doing my best to not move.
Okay. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Brandon Allen.
Okay, your work address came through. What is your work capacity for Phoenix Operating?
I'm the president and head of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserves.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Allen be accepted as an expert in petroleum engineering.
Motion granted.
Brandon, did you prepare some exhibits for this hearing?
I did.
Using Exhibit 6, would you describe Phoenix's proposed wellbore?
Yeah. The example wellbore diagram depicted shows us setting 9 5/8 surface casing just below the Pierre Shale. We would drill the intermediate section and set 7-inch intermediate as we landed in the Bakken, and then the 4.5-inch liner with the liner top set about 500 feet above the middle Bakken target. That's the kickoff point.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, would you please describe Phoenix's proposed development plan?
Yes, our current proposed development plan is 3 wells in the subject unit, all being batch drilled from one common multi-well pad depicted in black on the northern end of Section 36.
And does Phoenix intend to batch drill these wells?
Yes, we do.
Moving on to Exhibit 8, using the reservoir characteristics on Exhibit 5, would you please describe the economics for a 3-mile lateral that you anticipate?
Sure. We anticipate about 25,000 barrels of oil per month for the initial rate, well life of 34 years, with an oil EUR of approximately 650,000 barrels and a gas EUR of about 600 BCF. No, that is wrong. That is mislabeled. Sorry, 600 million cubic feet. At current commodity prices, with the $9.6 million GMC cost, and the OPEX depicted in the exhibit, our IRR sits at about 24% with a payout just
The payout, you cut out on the payout.
just under 3 years.
Okay. Brandon, were you online when Mr. Johnson testified about the spacing patterns set forth in Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And did you also hear the questions from Mr. Bohr about configuring the whole area so there is a consistent development pattern?
Yes, I did.
And as president of Phoenix Operating, do you believe that this is a step out to expand productive areas in the Bakken?
Yes, it is.
And as president, if this application and the next one are approved, and the wells prove to be productive or prospective, would you direct that Phoenix space the rest of the sections here depicted on Exhibit 2?
Yes, we would come before the commission for ones that are not currently spaced and continue to push the play to the east.
All right, and you would undertake those efforts immediately after getting the data that supports so?
Yes.
Okay, and last question, Exhibit number 9 is the gas capture affidavit that Mark Johnson testified to.
That's correct.
Okay, I would like to move for the admission of Mr. Allen's exhibits, which I believe are 6, 7, 8, and 9, and tender him for questions from the commission.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brandon, when are these wells slated to be drilled?
The wells will be drilled in Q4 of 2025 currently. We would drill the unit that is just to the left, as Mark mentioned previously. We're kind of work our way to the east. We would drill 35, 2, 11, and 14, which is our next case first, get some production results, and then move to the east.
And you said Q4 2025?
That's projected currently, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are they going to be batch drilled or single?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30924. Case number 30925, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ross and/or Stanley Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 211 and 14, Township 155 North, Range 90 West, and Section 35, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, Montreal, North Dakota, and to authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating. We have the same 3 witnesses for this hearing, and what I would propose, if it's acceptable with the staff, the exhibits are going to be very similar for geology and engineering, but have the witnesses go over the differences between the exhibits for this hearing versus last hearing only, and not waste a lot of time on duplicate information, if that's acceptable.
That's fine. And just let you know, the witnesses are still under oath.
Mark, are you ready to testify?
I am.
Starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe this section that we are attempting to space?
Yeah, this is just the blown out regional map. Down in the bottom right corner, you can see the area of interest that we're talking about here, which is northwest Montreal County and southeast of the town of Stanley. As we go to Exhibit 2, maybe we should have had these cases flip-flopped, so we started west and moved east. But so this is an application for a 2560 spacing unit consisting of sections 35 of 15690 and 2, 11, and 14 of 15590. Again, you can see the black is the proposed idea of what we would like to do in this area as we move forward. As you go to Exhibit 3, as you zoom in even further, again, you can see sections 35, 2, 11, and 14. Phoenix currently has a working interest of 70.57% in this 2560. The wellbore in Section 2 is owned by Phoenix Operating, and the wellbore in Section 14 is a plugged SOGC well that was plugged in 2012.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson and ask that exhibits 1, 2, and 3 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, you said that wellbore in section 2 is owned by Phoenix. Does Phoenix have an active transfer of operatorship with the commission right now that hasn't been approved, I assume?
Yeah, it's been in 4 or 5 months with Grayson Mill, so yes.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Nick, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
Please go through your exhibits 4 and 5 and highlight differences between the last exhibits 4 and 5 we discussed in the prior hearing.
Yeah, Exhibit 4 is the exact same exhibit as the previous hearing with the middle block and structure map. The cross-section shown is also the same cross-section as the previous hearing, and the type log is also the same. So Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 5 are identical to the previous hearing, and also the reservoir properties.
The only difference would be the proposed spacing unit in this hearing is highlighted on Exhibit 4, and the prior hearing did 36, 1, and 12. Correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Yep, sorry about that.
Okay, no further questions from Mr. Daniele.
Do you want to admit these exhibits?
I do want to admit Exhibits 4 and 5.
Okay. The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Nick, in this case, those existing well bores that were previously mentioned, are you able to confirm for me what the target of each of those two wells was? The well in section 2 and the well in section 14?
Yes, so they were both in the Bakken. All middle Bakken producers on the map are shown with the black dots at the toe.
And just confirming your intent is to drill the middle Bakken with the proposed wells?
Yes, sir. We would plug the well in section 2 and drill 3 wells from north to south, cutting across that well bore.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You can proceed.
Brandon, are you on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, starting with Exhibit 6, explain the differences between your exhibits on this hearing versus last hearing, and I bet Exhibits 7 and 8 are going to be the major differences.
Correct. Exhibit 6 is the exact same. The lateral length would be different, so the length of the 4.5-inch liner would be different. But, the exhibit is the same. Exhibit 7, same development plan as our previous case. 3 wells in the unit, all being batch drilled from a common multi-well pad, this time in the northern end of 35, depicted with the black square. Section 8, the economics changed slightly by drilling a 4-mile lateral. We anticipated an increase in the initial rate of the well, given the lateral length changing or increasing, and our EUR bumping up to 850,000 barrels of oil. Our gas EUR bumping up to 800 million cubic feet. The current economics are very comparable to a 3-mile lateral, given a DMC cost of $12 million. IRR is 25% with a little less of the payout, down to 33 months for the 4-mile well.
And Exhibit 9 is the gas capture affidavit that Mr. Johnson testified to.
That's correct.
Okay, I would ask for the admission of Exhibit 6, 7, and 8, and tender him for questions by the staff. I do not remember if I asked for Exhibit 9 to be admitted, but if I didn't, I will do so now.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brandon, when's that well in section 2 plan to be plugged?
We would plug it right before we plug the new path.
And what are the anticipated anti-collision and completion plans for mainly the wellbore on the east and the center wellbore as far as crossing that?
Sure. So we would geosteer around the existing wellbores, and then we would complete as if the well was not present, the existing well at 2 and at 14. So equally staged completion. With the exception of the toe, the stages would be a little bit closer together at the toe, so that we can maintain a rate per perforation, so we can get an effective frac off 4 miles down, based on the pressure pumping limitation.
Is this the first 4-mile well Phoenix has drilled?
This would be the first 4-mile well that we will drill, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Brandon, do you know what the longest well that Phoenix has drilled to date would be?
A little over 25,000 total measured depth, so 3-mile laterals, give or take.
In those, are any of those in this immediate general area?
No, it is not. We've drilled everything along the Williams County Divide County line, up near Alamo.
Okay, so Phoenix doesn't have anything in this immediate area at this point in time?
We only have the producing well at 2 that we are currently operating. We have a few wells just to the northwest of here, in 15890 that, or 91, I believe, and that are producing assets that we purchased from another operator.
Okay, but nothing you've drilled in the area?
That's nothing that we've drilled in the area, that is correct.
Okay. With your experience drilling the longer 3-mile-ish laterals, is there anything you're doing differently to drill those, or anything you're planning to do differently with your 4-mile attempt?
Currently, no. We are contemplating upsizing the lateral hole size. So go back to Exhibit 6. The current hole size depicted on the far right in the bottom right corner is 6 inches. We're contemplating upsizing the hole size there to potentially alleviate some maybe anticipated torque and drag issues while drilling the lateral. If we did that, we're also potentially contemplating moving to 5-inch flush casing instead of the 4.5-inch liner depicted here. But outside of that, we may change up some things on the BHA side of things for drilling it, but really just minor changes, relatively speaking.
Do you see any additional concerns with either the east or the west well with a step out off of that central pad?
The east or the west well? Oh, yeah. So as we move east, as we mentioned before, I think this is what your question is, but we're kind of venturing out here. So we anticipate that we will be okay, but we're going to find out. So is that your question?
I was specifically referring to as you drill your tangent and then try to reach out 4 miles.
Gotcha. No, we do not anticipate having any issues with that. The step out is not too large. The step out could potentially have issues very late in life for the well. You try to rod pump it, but there are lots of mitigation techniques, guiding your rods, etc. That many operators, including us and other companies in the Bakken, have done.
Okay, and then I guess lastly, with respect to your completion, plug and perf completion, how many stages?
Right now, we are at about 100 stages. We're toying with what the rate we're going to get on surface, the pumping rate.
and the number of holes that we're going to shoot at the toe in order to maintain the rate and what the friction losses are going to be from the surface down to the toe. So we may actually add a little bit more stages because we might shorten up the stages at the toe in order to ensure that we get an effective frac at the toe.
Okay, and that's planning 100 stages for the 4-mile lateral.
100 stages, give or take, that's correct.
Okay. Post-frac cleanout, any anticipated problems or anything you need to do differently to get to the bottom and get the wellbore back?
Yeah, we're toying with the idea of a hybrid quick coil drill out. That would allow us to get 2 agitators near the end of the string, which would help us to try to clean out to bottom. The other part is probably, as it's contemplated right now, and we're still playing with this as well, is the last 2 miles would all be dissolvable plugs. We're using those in the last mile of our 3-mile lateral in the Williams Divide area, and we've cleaned out the bottom every time. We have yet to tag a dissolvable plug, so we're pretty confident, even if we don't get to bottom on the clean out, that the dissolvable plugs are actually dissolving. We've run some water tracers in the last mile of our 3 miles on a few wells in the Williams Divide area, and we're seeing toe contributions immediately. So we're pretty confident that as long as we can get a frac off in the last 3 and 4 miles, that those will contribute to the production as well.
Okay, thank you.
What rates are you expected to get up to at that toe there? Well,
So surface will probably be, it depends on the 4.5 to 5 inch flush. If we change to 5 inch flush, they're about the same though, from a pressure rating standpoint. So we'll probably get at about 90 barrels a minute at the surface. We expect to, and we're doing the friction modeling now. It varies depending on the casing, obviously. But we expect to get about 40 to 50 barrels a minute at the toe. And so that's why we're trying to play with the completion design and the number of holes that we're going to shoot, the stage spacing, so that we can maintain a high rate per perf, such that we feel like we're getting an effective frac down the entire wellbore. We're not just preferentially fracking 1 or 2 holes at the full stage.
cool. Thank you.
Brandon, what's your anticipated spud date for these wells?
Q1 of 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30925. Case number 30926, application of Stevens Williston LLC, DBA SEG Williston LLC, for an order amending the field rules for the Stanley Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, to establish an overlapping 2560-acre stand-up spacing unit comprised of all of sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 155, Range 191 West, and authorizing the drilling, completion, and production of well on such proposed spacing unit and such other relief as appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing. Case number 30926. Case number 30927. Application of Stevens Williston LLC, DBA SEG Williston LLC, for an order amending the field rules for the Stanley Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, to establish an overlapping 2560-acre stand-up spacing unit comprised of all of sections 13 and 24, Township 155 North, Range 91 West, and all of sections 18 and 19, Township 155 North, Range 90 West, and authorizing the drilling, completion, and production of a well on such proposed spacing unit and such other relief as appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 30927. Moving on to the supplement. Case number 30747. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Crazy Man Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 19, 20, 29, and 30, Township 153 North, Range 99 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 30747. Case number 30854, application of WPX Energy Williston LLC for an order for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool and/or Wolf Bay Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 2880 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 29, 30, 31, and 32 in the west half of sections 28 and 33, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 17 wells on said proposed overlapping 28-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to the June hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 30854, and that concludes our hearings for the day. We'll go off the record.